Tonight's live, indeed. Welcome, everybody. Hopefully, you can hear me. As soon as people join, I'm going to be asking to test out the audio again because I'm doing this thing where I use the mic of my headphones, earphones situation because the phone audio has been kind of challenging and there has been these static noises in the middle of the live streams that I realized after playing them back sometimes. By the way, if you do see this live right now, right here, right now, hello. You can hear me? Wow. Oh, that is amazing. Oh, that's amazing. Chickpea Break says hello. Chickpea Break, hey. The audio is good. Hey, Chickpea. Hi, Chickpea. Hi. How are you? Entries Chickpea Break is here. Wow. How indeed. How fortunate indeed for me. I am here. So I've been hearing these static noises in the middle of the live streams when I play them back, which reminds me that if you don't see this live with us here, right now, we miss you terribly. And please do check out the live stream episode nonetheless as a video upload. I'm great, Coco Vita. Oh, wow. As a video upload later on when it gets posted. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Chickpea Break says, hello, Chickpea. Grimmy says, whoa, I'm almost first for once. Hello, Grimmy. How was your day? How was your Monday? Hope Doro did not make you work too terribly hard. Acasio59 says, hi. Hi, Acasio. Hello, my friend. Hello, the supporter of this channel. Everybody's a supporter of this channel, but thank you so much indeed, all of you individually, for supporting and your help and everything like that. Chickpea Break says, I'm great, Coco Vita. Hello, Professor. Hello, Purple Potato. Hello, am I purple? Am I a potato? I mean, maybe. It's indeed possible, but welcome to all my continents, Asia, Europe, Antarctica, South America, North America, Africa, Australasia, Australia, New Zealand. I always say those two countries separately because it's a weird continent of sort of separate countries where New Zealand is a couple of islands of its own. And I want to make sure that they don't feel left behind if I say just Australia, which I mean as the continent. So I always say Australia, New Zealand, indeed the Bahamas. Hello. Chickpea, are you in the Bahamas? Is that where you are at? Because if so, then we're very jealous indeed. The water is very warm in the Caribbean and it is excellent. Doro is another state. He doesn't care what I'm doing for work. Chickpea Break, bro, you had me cracking up last night. What did Chickpea Break say last night? I missed it. I mean, there was quite a bit of drama last night. So if you missed it, you might want to go check it out later on in the live stream episodes under the live tab of this channel. If you've missed it so far, could we get 20 likes, please? Thank you so much. Grimmy says, America, only America flag. I am born and raised here, says Chickpea Break. Do you mean born and raised in the US or do you mean in the Bahamas? Because you said Bahamas earlier. So I am just curious, but share what you want to share whatever you're comfortable with sharing. And thank you so very much, everybody, indeed, for being here. Tony, hello. Chickpea Break, hello. Lots of nice seafood here. Do you mean Bahamas? Oh my gosh, could you please confirm that this is quite exciting news here? You didn't send your regards to the people in Madagascar. They're jealous. Oh my gosh, you're correct. Africa, Madagascar, Mauritiana, Egypt, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Nigeria, Senegal. Thank you and welcome. I would name more countries if they come to me. Jamal says gone. Hi, Jamal. Jamal98, how are you doing? Chickpea Break says, in the Bahamas. Oh my God, I did not realize that my favorite mod is from the Bahamas. Well, how are the waters, my dear? How are the islands? How is the place? How is the waters? How is everything going in the Bahamas? Chickpea Break, I mean, I am quite delighted for you now. John Doe says, I'm new. What is going on? So we will be talking about supersymmetry from physics topics. So by supersymmetry, by naming the live stream supersymmetry, I do mean the physics topic supersymmetry, or SUSY, sometimes we say in short. So we will be talking and referencing the book, The Elegant Universe by Brian Greene, which I have here with me. We may or may not be showing some kitty cats depending on what activities they choose to do. Tomorrow, Tuesday, is Stephen's book. We also have an avid viewer of this channel and a supporter of this channel who has written a book and posted pictures of this book on Instagram upon our urging him to do so. And we will be reading that book, which is a science fiction novel, tomorrow. The first chapter of that book tomorrow. Okay, so a lot of you guys who are friends amongst each other through this channel, people who have met here and liked each other and chat with each other and would like to catch up with each other during these live streams are excited for Stephen's book tomorrow, which we will read tomorrow as a science fiction. But generally speaking, most of the time we talk about science on the channel, not science fiction, although science fiction commentary in the comments are most welcome. In the chat messages, you can put whatever you want as long as they're not inappropriate, rude, or terrible comments. Generally, they pass, and the mods are not too picky, except for when they are very picky and when they are provoked and may just come for you. So try to be good and polite and inquisitive and curious and amazing and asking questions about science and any other topics you would like on this channel, on these live streams. Thank you so much. Don't be jealous, guys. It's great here. The waters are blue and crystal clear and lots of conch salad and wonderful dishes. Oh my God, crystal clear waters. Wow. I was just in the Caribbean and yeah, I mean, I have some idea of what you're saying, and that is quite delightful. Oh my goodness. Wow. Is the weather good? So tell me, chickpea break, because I may be visiting the Bahamas at some point. Which is the month that I should be avoiding visiting there? Is there a month where there's a lot of hurricanes? Is it the month of September, if I'm not mistaken? Is that the month that I should avoid? Is the summer good? Is the fall good? Is the winter good? Please do educate us on the Bahamas, my dear friend. Samuel, you might want to tone it down. You can have all that. I'll keep America. What are you saying, Grimmy? Oh, good. Okay, I see. It's an eagle sign and the American flag. I just had to make sure it is not something outrageous. There is some outrageous comment here from somebody else. I see Samuel. Don't make me do the thing where I have to tap on the message to see the message and an extreme shock unfolds because YouTube has hidden the message because it is not worth reading, but I still make sure that it is not something that we want to. Wow. Okay. Thank you. Doro is here. Great. I just make sure that it's not by mistake that it's been hidden, but indeed it was not by mistake. And please do behave. I fear for you as my mods are here now. Please do try to keep it together. And don't be so rude or impolite or weird that you get hidden or banned or timed out, because that would be not fun for any of us. And if you provoke the mods, that they take their jobs here very seriously indeed. I'm here for a minute. I'll be going to bed early. Oh, is this because you're traveling and you have a flight? Oh my gosh. Trinidad and Tobago has an amazing chickpea dish. I tried and it's out of this world and it's only good from there. No one online makes it like the locals. It's called doubles. Oh, Trinidad and Tobago has an amazing chickpea dish. So how far is Trinidad and Tobago from you, chickpea? They make an amazing chickpea dish? Well, I have to visit now. Now that you've told me about this chickpea dish they make called doubles, I must write it down and visit immediately. The Bahamas was cool, but I'd never lived there. You can keep it, Ver. You're the best, the most courteous and friendly teacher there is. Greetings to everyone. No one is left out. Thank you so much, Acacio. Thank you so much. I do appreciate your appreciation very, very much and your kind comments always. Thank you so much, Acacio59. Hola. Thank you, gracias. Thank you. Doro says here for a minute. Heck no, I'm already here. Hello. I see. So Doro is already, I guess, traveling. I suppose it was San Antonio that he has to go to. He had to go to. Hopefully you will be here tomorrow, Doro, for longer when we discuss Stephen's book, and we can always start the live stream a bit earlier tomorrow as well. I had to do some running around today with a bunch of things going on today, so I couldn't make it quite in time. The beginning of the year is amazing. It's like summer. The first half of the year, dry season. Ooh, But around June or July, it starts to rain a whole lot. So the beginning of the year, as in from January to May and June, you're saying it's a dry season. Because I was in Puerto Rico and it was raining quite a bit. I mean, I don't mind because a bit of rain where it's warm is really not that bad. Like I kept hiking and going to the beach and everything, even if it's rainy, because it's not a big deal. It's a warm place. So, but yeah, are you saying it will rain a lot to the point of where we cannot function, or is it still okay to visit in June and July? Ver, the beginning of the year is amazing. It's like summer, so I should go there from Jan to May. Well, May is already here, so I guess there's not a lot of time left for this year. Ver, you being from there explains so much. What do you mean? What does it explain? Do tell. Stephen says, hey all. Stephen, how are you? Of course, I mean, you said dinner time yesterday. What's dinner time for you? Doro. So, Stephen, just saying hi. You, Grimmy. Okay. Actually, this reminds me, I'm actually kind of hungry. If you guys wouldn't mind giving me a few minutes, I actually need to make some food and eat it, and then I will proceed with the lesson for today. Oh, thank you so much for liking the live, everybody. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you indeed. Can we get 10 likes? Can we get 20 likes? What time is the stream tomorrow? We got a time? Well, we could start at like 9, 10, 10:30, maybe 10 p.m. How about that? Or we could start it even earlier at 9 p.m. Shall we say 9 p.m. tomorrow? For the Stephen special book reading, Sci-Fi by Stephen on Instagram. And I will be reading with a lot of feeling and emotions. Shall I start it at 9 p.m. tomorrow, Eastern Standard, in the Americas? 10 is fine, but 9 is good. Okay, 9 is good? Okay. Well, what do you mean by fine and good? Is good better than fine? Then I will do it at 9. Because tomorrow is your day, Stephen. You get to pick a time. How about that? Stephen, the author, go ahead and pick a time. Is it 9 you want, or 10, or 8? I can make it work tomorrow. Because I think I'm gonna, 10 is good. So 9 is good or 10 is good. Got it. Stephen called it. I can make a point to be here 9 p.m. Wendy's time. That's 8 for me. It's perfect. Oh, that's right. Texas is 1 hour behind, isn't it? I remember you. Hello, JEY. How are you? 10 is good too. Okay, we will start for sure between 9 and 10, which will be around 8 for Doro, and some other people should be either earlier or about the same time. So Bahamas is also Eastern Standard Time, correct? Bahamas. So it'll definitely get started between 9 or 10 p.m. between 9 and 10 p.m. my time. So it'll be 8 something or 8 for Doro and others Central Time. And I'm in Oindri time zone too. I know, the East Coasters. Us East Coast people are on the right coast, the Beast Coast. But then, but nice thing is the West Coast it's an even earlier time for the West Coast. So hopefully those people can also join. If you're joining from California, Arizona, I don't know, New Mexico, I don't know what time zone that is. Or I was going to say Washington State, Portland, Oregon, all of those places, please do join as well. And for you, it must be a much nicer time, like your dinner time or something. So hopefully you can all join. If you're joining, let's get 20 likes. Yes, indeed, pin that message. Bahamas is on Ver time. Yes, Bahamas, please do join us tomorrow. Please keep it on your calendar and join us for Stephen's book tomorrow, and also keep on joining and continue today here with us for you right here, right now. We will be speaking about all kinds of things, and especially supersymmetry from physics topics. Rain is normal for dry season here, and it's not all that bad, but wet season is a whole lot of rain. So the wet season starts June, July in Bahamas, and we should kind of avoid it. Is that what you're saying? And does it hurricane in September or not? Is there a hurricane month that I should be avoiding, Ver? Please do tell. Jay says, you called me rude yesterday. I think that it was the day before yesterday, my darling, that I may have called you rude, because yesterday there was a whole different other type of drama, and I don't remember calling you rude yesterday. So I will be more specific and say that you might have been rude the day before that. Alex says, hi. Hello, Alex. Hello. Jay, you're rude. Do you remember me? Alex says, do you remember? I think so. I think I especially remember that last name, Sandoval. Sand oval, an oval-shaped sand particle. Wow. I think I do remember that last name. So yes, thank you so much for being here, Alex, my love. The formula for the area of a trapezoid is 1/2. Exactly. Base plus base times height. Base 1 plus base 2 times height. Yes. Time to be silly. Rude, rude, rude. There, now I'm being rude. Do you remember me? I do remember you, Alex, darling. Alex, I just looked at your activity. You just kept wanting to see her mom. I just looked at your activity. Can you do that? I've never looked at anybody's activity. I just looked at your activity. You just kept wanting to see her mom. My mom? My mother? My biological mother? Hey, Andre, says Harper. Oh, hi, Harper. I like for people not to take me serious when I'm trolling. Harper, freaking Harper is here. Says Dora. Jay says, just let me get it out my system to troll. Okay. Go ahead. But if you provoke the mods too much, they will probably come for you. I'm just giving you a fair warning. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Please do like the live. Can we get 20 likes? Thank you so much. I'm going to share the live. And also, I'm going to make some chickpea. All right, I need to eat something. I'm a little hungry. Bit of a long day today. Don't forget that I'm in the house too. Peeks around corner. Aw. Also, I must thank you all, everybody, so much for being here late with me last night. That was very delightful. But please do not say too many, adult topics or anything inappropriate. Keep it all extremely family friendly and PG-13, or I will have to be very mad at you indeed. 1 second, let me make my dinner. It was good. Thank you for asking, Doro. It was good. I'll know more in like a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks. I'll get started very soon with this job. So I'm excited. I'm excited. Hopefully it'll like be good and I'll make money. So yeah, okay. I'm still here. I just have to make some food. See? So by the way, I've started buying chickpeas now from Target. This is called Good and Gather chickpeas. No artificial colors, flavors, or preservatives. This is what I'll be eating right here, right now with you. Chickpeas, hurry up, I don't got all day. Hello, Jay. How are you doing? Everything okay at home? So I will take out the chickpeas. Oh my gosh. Got the can opened. Thank goodness. Sometimes life is such that the can is hard to open for those big cans. But thankfully that is not the case right now. And I could open, and another thing, did you notice that the can was openable with the twisty way of opening cans? Okay, now where is my strain? Where is my strainer? Oh my God. God, I don't even know where things are. Oh, I don't spend a lot of time doing stuff in the kitchen. Oh, there it is. There it is. Oh, I was looking for this thing. So I used to have a colorful strainer thing and I don't know where it is, honestly. The canned chickpeas. So yes, so the chickpea, this particular chickpea has what you call the type that with the can that has the twisty top, so I can open it easier, because sometimes it comes with the can that has to be can opened in a much harder way, and the can, when it doesn't open with the can opener, can be very tough indeed. Fuji, no Fuji. Fuji is coming for my chickpeas. I feel Fuji, please stay away from my chickpeas, Fuji. It is not for you. Oh, and today I'm gonna add some very big chili peppers that I got from the grocery store today, the Indian grocery store, where the store owner actually gave them to me for free. Please do enjoy the ASMR of the chickpea salad making. I'm washing the chickpeas because I don't know. I don't want the extra whatever is preservatives that are on it. Okay. Yeah, today has been quite a day, quite an interesting day indeed. But I'm feeling pretty good. Hopefully it unfolds further as we keep going. Could be a good day. That is the chip bag ASMR. If you can hear this is chip bag ASMR. I think someone said that there was nothing ASMR about me because apparently it's not relaxing at all, whatever I say or do. Yeah. That's too funny, guys. That's too funny. You guys are too funny. Too funny. So very funny. I'm adding olives. Oh my God. Okay, the olive container is very tight. There, I got it opened somehow. This olive bottle. Anyone do this where they sip the olives? Because it's so full. Hello. Hi, funny monkeys. Oh my God. The olives are amazing. Why did I point the camera? Because I like to, oh my God, Fuji. Fuji. Oh, there's Sachi right there. Because I already set it up and I'm maintaining mystery. Here's my chickpea bowl. Hi, Sachi Mama. Can I get this chair back? Fuji, please don't do anything with my chickpeas. I thought I did throw out the can, right? Okay. I find Fuji's head in Hi, funny monkeys. How are you? You looked stunning last night, chef's kiss. Funny monkeys, Dark Gloom, Steven, Harper, Doro, everybody, thank you so much for being here. Thank you indeed. Welcome to the live. Welcome, welcome. Olives are Doro's favorite, I see. Why do you hate monkeys? What? El Challen, how are you? Dark Gloom. We had a saying, move your meats, lose your seat. Aw. Your earbuds were messing up a lot, FYI. Oh no. Are they better now? Is the audio better? Harper, yes, what? Is it better or not? Why do you say blood pressure increasing? What do you mean? What? Oh, it's too much ghee and actually, give me 1 second. I need to warm this up a bit. I think it's better warmer. There's more in the jar than the lid. Funny Monkey says, love you, love you. Thank you. Hi, Ray. Okay, I'll be right back. Oh, God. Fuji? Mama can see what you're doing. Please don't. Please don't. Okay. Try that. Excuse me, Sachi. Sachi! Oh my God, she's not letting me. Sachi! I'm sitting. Oh, Ray. Oh, she moved. Okay. Hi, Ray. The chickpeas look great, right? I think so. Mmm. Okay, we'll start at 9 p.m. tomorrow. We will start at 9 p.m. tomorrow. Stephen, with your book. What is happening? I am good. They look great. Did you put paprika? No. I put ghee. I put the pepper. I put chips. Is it loud for you guys? Like my eating? I can hear it through my head. Chickpeas are underrated. Exactly. I think so. Oh, and I put olives. So I put olives, chips, ghee, pepper. Not really, but the crunch though. Lol, eating ASMR. This is eating ASMR, guys. It is. And then we will do supersymmetry. Ooh, can we get 20 likes? Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for the 9 likes. Of course, they are to you. You worship chickpeas. Okay, is everything still good? I just moved my headphones. That crunch. What did you say? I couldn't hear over your eating. My baby is on my leg, so I can't get up. Aww. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. See this? Mm. Mm-mm. So, yeah, this is just chickpeas with ghee and olive and chips. And the pepper that I'm adding on the side was a gift. Mm-hmm. The olives are salt. I didn't add any salt, and I washed the chickpeas so that it's free of the preservatives. Oh my god. 9 EST, yeah. 9 p.m. Eastern. Ready to rock. I may even get your secretary. You should make it mandatory for her. If your secretary does not come, you need to go all out of the crunch. What do you mean? What do you want from me? You need to go. She finally has a YouTube account. Oh. So somebody said I looked good yesterday. What the frick do you mean? I look good every day. Excuse you. Excuse you. While building wooden house, he builds his own house in the Bahamas. That's right. And he likes chickpeas. This is why we're friends. Bahamas check, island check, chickpeas check, house building check. Is yours made of like metal and cement? Thank you. I look great the moment I get out of bed. Indeed. Bricks. Your house is made of bricks. Wow. Oh, that's cool. Do you go to the beach a lot? Is the beach right there? Can you hear the ocean right now? Fuji's giving me company. No, I mean Ver. Ver, do you have the beach right there? The beach is a 2-minute walk from my house. How dare you? Oh my God. When we first have our retreat, we're gonna be meeting at Ver's house. When this community has our first in-person meetup, we will be going to Ver's house while yelling chickpeas. Hi Ray. Hi Ben. Thank you for being here. Can you say Ben's whole name? No. Mm-mm. 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 I've lost my innocence on this channel by meeting you guys. Salutations. Okay. Hi. Mm-hmm. She isn't as reckless as the time she cursed on here. I know, right? That was quite the moment. I like the place Dover in England. Interesting rocks there. Dover. It's a beach, like the English Channel. White, like marble looking mountains. Am I saying it right? Except this one's simple. White cliffs of Dover. Exactly. That's what I meant, Stephen. Stephen read my mind. I've been to the White Cliffs of Dover. It's very pretty. And the beach is like a rocky beach. It's like a pebbles beach. Straits of Dover. White Cliffs of Dover. Oh my God, yes. Ben, what are you even saying? What are you even saying? What are you even saying? You know what I mean? See you soon, Harper. Yes. The Cliffs of Dover. You can see from France. That olive was kind of dry. But drinks. Did someone buy drinks? Did someone do a super chat? Did someone send me a super chat of $500,000? Chickpea, can you check? And can you ask them to correct it if not? I see, Kitty. Yes. Okay. I'm all done eating. We will now continue. I need to share the live. Can we get $2,000 as a super chat? One last bite. Oh, that's spicy. Okay. Just gotta make sure. Nothing remains here. $2,000 and you will be a member. I don't think so. I'm gonna get there. Oh, that was spicy. Oh, that last bite is hurting my tongue a little bit. Oh, ugh. Oh, that hurts a little bit. You better do a super chat now, Ben. Otherwise, you'll be deemed useless. Doro. Enough. Okay. Hide these bowls in the dishwasher. Otherwise, Fuji gets into them. Properly later. Oh, frick on a stick. Oh, this was kind of spicy. I'm gonna eat a bounty. Do people like this candy? I love this candy. Bounty, my favorite. It has coconut in it. I'm gonna fill this up with water. Someone take a poop in here. My Suji mama left me some kind of present, I believe. Let me open a window. Okay. Here's my headphones. They're in. So the mic. Suji has dropped a bomb. Yes. Uh-huh. It's hard to breathe here. I opened a window, and it's not even that warm now anymore in Boston. It was warm, and now it's kind of cold again. Colder than cooler. Not too cold. Say fine. Do you have a Discord server? I do not. I will set one up for you, free of charge. Okay. Go ahead. You should. It's very nice here. Like, I'm okay with this type of weather. It's a little cooler, but it's not too hot, not too cold. Okay. We will now start with this topic of today, which is going to be supersymmetry. I need to eat a bounty chocolate to reward myself for the chickpea break I took. And the fact that my mouth is on fire right now. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a comfy 50 degrees. And I just opened a window. Comfy. I'm gonna rethink this in a few years. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. Hi, Fuji. I think Fuji was chasing his sister. So, I mean, there's also New Hampshire, Vermont, Maine. I know you don't like the city. So, you could go up more. New Hampshire, Maine, Vermont. I like the city. It's very nice. Like, it's such a nice, cool, comfy temperature now. You don't need the AC, you don't need the heat. Maybe the heat for a little bit, but not really much at all. And then the summers are really nice. You hardly ever need the AC, maybe like a couple of days. Other than that, with the windows slightly open, there's like this breeze flowing. It's wonderful. Fall, amazing. Fall colors, you know, very beautiful. People come from all over to see the fall colors here. My birthday's in the fall, so I feel pretty happy. Really, only the difficult months are just really Jan and Feb. Even December is not too bad because I mean, holiday season, Christmas lights, nice things going on, so it's not that bad. Jan and Feb are a little bit hard, but that's what the islands are for. Like, this is the East Coast, right? So you have a quick flight to like the Bahamas, Caribbeans, all kinds of things. So I do think it's ideal. I do think so. Now, was I upset at my gas bill during the winter? Yes, because of the heating. But I know that in the summer, it's obviously going to be nothing. Or you know what I mean? Close to nothing. But yeah, Jan and Feb are a little tough. But again, since I lived in Ohio before, it's nothing like that. Like the Midwest is tougher. I think that the Midwest is harder because it rains more and it stays cloudy a lot more and it snows more, like the lake effect snow. Um, is a lot. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for liking the live. Can we get 20 likes? Can we get 30 likes? Can we get 40 likes? I'm gonna be seriously thinking a move in a few years. All this heat look. Yeah, so I personally don't like a lot of hot. Ben, I don't really like a lot of heat, like where it's burning. South Carolina levels of hot, you know, Florida too hot, Texas too hot, South Carolina too hot. Even North Carolina in the summer is too hot for me. Like North Carolina is comfy in the spring for me, or even the winter. Like a Christmas in North Carolina is good, right? For me. But anything more south than that, it's too hot most of the time. So it doesn't really work for me. And I like the East Coast because it's closer to Europe, the islands, India, all of that. West Coast is, of course, good as well, but there's too many forest fires, and the West Coast is far from everything except for Hawaii. Hawaii. So if Hawaii was my only, place, then I would have moved there. Oh my God, that's kind of a scandal. I'm looking to move this year to get away from the people I call family. Steven, are you going to be moving from Virginia? Do you have a lot of family in Virginia? Do tell. Can you still hear me? I was whispering just now, but can you hear me? Is the headphones okay? Europe has come a bit of a mess, but the temperature alone is a sell for me. I mean, seriously though, to be honest, I think it's worth it to fly to Rome if you can get a cheap ticket or something from Boston, which oftentimes you can, or at least go to London and then London to Rome. You can find a very cheap flight. It's worth it just to go and eat the pasta and come back in a couple of days, at least for me. So, given that Europe is very important to me, I like this side of the country. I bet that story is interesting. I lived in Carolina, Northern California for a bit, best weather ever. So a lot of people like the weather in California and Arizona, and these people I have realized basically like deserts. They like desert weather. They're okay with it being, and they like with it being dry. They like Nevada, Arizona, California, especially, I guess you said Northern California. I guess Northern California, I don't know too much, but I know that the southern part has basically a desert. And see, a lot of people like desert weather. It's like good for them. They like it. They don't like the rain and the wetness. But I'm not a desert person. I grew up on a delta, which is basically where the river drains into the ocean. So it's a very lush, fertile, awesome, rainy land, uh, full of a lot of people and other lots of things going on. So I can't do the desert. Like I'd rather do. I guess I also can't do the level of hot and humid that I actually come from originally at this point. But I need some trees, plants, some rain, some climate, some wet. What did it? I was about to say climate change. I need some weather changes, not climate change. I mean, climate change is already happening, but I need. I like the seasons and things like that. You definitely need to be down south. When I feel threatened by family, all of my family is here in Virginia. I'm looking to move into a 55 plus place in Virginia. Yeah, like if you could move into a little community or something. There's actually a senior living place near me. I think you'd have to be older than 55, but those communities I think are pretty nice. Like you make friends and whatnot. I'm currently in Texas, says Doro, freaking mid. Oh, I've worked in Texas. I've actually spent quite a bit of time, like various different jobs too, like not even the same job, but multiple jobs took me to Texas. The heat just like slaps you in the face. Like when I like left my hotel and I'm like going towards work and I'm like, what is this? Like the heat and the like it's like such a blast in my face in Texas. And I guess I was there in the summer as well as some other months. That is too much. If you live, I mean, I know you work there, but if you live in Texas, that is, I mean, some people can do that, but not me. Isn't much cooler. Are you in Florida? You're in Florida, aren't you? Move near Daytona Beach, enjoy rock shows, festivals, and I moved back to Virginia to be with family, but loved 2 years in Florida. Survived hurricane. I have social services here in my home county helping me. Oh, that's good. I like where I am. The worst weather is just a lot of snow. Right, Kudo, where are you? Give us a clue. Maybe we will try to guess it, but you don't have to tell us exactly where. Wild. I mean, I like the food in Texas, barbecue, Tex-Mex, Mexican. I mean, straight up Mexican food, I love it. Love it there. And I love how you can customize there. Like you can go to a restaurant and they don't like assume that like it'll be out of the menu. You can just ask them to make something and they make it. In Texas, at least in my experience. That's because also I look Hispanic, so they love me. In Florida and Texas, I have a lot of friends. I'm in Florida, as in the strangers become my friends. I'm in Florida, drove to Texas in a day. What? Yes, I'm in Florida. Drove to Texas in a day from Florida. Is that so odd? Wait, what's above Texas? I don't know how fast or slow you drive. Yeah, gotta find a reason to move to Daytona Beach. Orlando was great too. Lived there for a bit. Give me a snare roll. I don't know what that means. A clue. You live in Louisiana? Damn. 800 plus miles one way. We are known for three things: snow, wings, and OJ. Orange juice or OJ Simpson? Orange juice or OJ Simpson? Dude, I haven't been in the country long enough to know all of the drama. Buffalo, New York? Is it Buffalo, New York? Steven has come up with a guess, and I trust Steven. He definitely knows his America. Better than me for sure. Good job, Spears. Wow. Buffalo, New York. Hi, Fuji Shona. Hi, Fuji baby. I cannot believe it. Buffalo gets a lot of snow. Buffalo Wild Wings. I'm walking here. What do you mean? I like New York. What's wrong with New York? I cannot believe this. Dude, Buffalo gets way more snow than us. Just guess when you said wings. Dude, I didn't even think of that. Is Buffalo Wild Wings is from Buffalo? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. To be honest, I didn't know that. I don't know my wings very well. There are still things I don't know about the US because I'm not from here. I am walking here is an old joke with New Yorkers. See, I don't know that one either. You're in Louisiana? I was recently in Louisiana for the first time ever. I went to NOLA. I cannot believe this. I mean, that is the South South. It's gonna be hot there. I mean, yeah, it's the South. That is super South, man. Okay, now we're gonna read supersymmetry. So I should mention that we were talking about how aesthetic the theory of general relativity is, and that nature was thought to be and believed to be extremely beautiful by the theorists like Einstein who worked on such things. Oh God, NOLA, I worked there a lot. I went to NOLA. I've been to upstate New York, to Albany, Saratoga, and Lake Placid. So the wings was a giveaway, not OJ. Tell me though, okay, Raikudo, you have to educate me. I totally did not know that Buffalo Wild Wings are from actual Buffalo, the city. But do you mean O.J. Simpson? See, I only know that story a little bit. Is O.J. Simpson from Buffalo? Is that true? I don't actually know. I know. I've been trying to focus, but I've also been a little bit not focused. You guys can talk about New York and Louisiana. I actually like knowing and learning about the states myself, and I like travel. So he played football in Buffalo. Okay, wait. Is O.J. Simpson that guy who like offed his wife and had the lawyer who was like related to Kim Kardashian? Is that how? Is this? Am I remembering all this correctly? I like do not know the story. I've heard it from other people. He played football in Buffalo. That I don't know. So was that's a famous chase or something? The police chase was that in Buffalo? Oh, see, I didn't really connect all this with Buffalo because I thought Buffalo is just the other side of the Niagara Falls. So see, my brother used to live close to the Niagara Falls in Canada. So I've been to the Canadian side of the Niagara Falls quite a bit. And I just always thought of Buffalo as that place where it snows a lot and it's on that side of the Niagara Falls. And that's all I cared about. And I think I caught a bus once from Buffalo to Canada. So I actually did not connect all of this stuff with Buffalo, New York. If the glove don't fit, but leather shrinks in water fluids. Your thoughts on OJ? I mean, I have thoughts on orange juice. I don't know about this OJ guy though. I've only ever heard of him like from like other people talking about it. Your thoughts on OJ, warm fluids. Oh, I missed you. Hi, Combat Sports. How are you, my friend? I've been going live. You've been missing it. Definitely don't share that with your Democrat. Share what? Oh, did he die? I didn't know he was alive. Was he in jail? Oh, no. He got off, right? Anyway, you guys, can you say more about this whole thing so I can learn about it? And in the meantime, I'm going to read about um, supersymmetry. So let me remind you real quick about the physics part of all this, which is that we have been talking about a very beautiful. What do you mean? He did office what? What do you mean? I thought that was common knowledge. Did he not? Didn't he? Pretty sure. Have fun with finance. Okay, so right now we're going to read. So we've been talking about the beauty of general relativity and how it is such a beautiful theory that some of the things about it, which of course have been confirmed to be true, but at the same time, the theorists like Einstein thought that nature surely cannot pass it by because the theory is so beautiful. And by beauty, we spoke about this a little bit last night. By beauty, we mean symmetries. There's various symmetries in nature that we see. Sometimes theorists like to kind of leverage these symmetries in order to come up with their theories and to come up with ideas and what may or may not be the real actual truth about nature. And sometimes those things are actually confirmed and they end up being the case. So there is a case being made, as an argument being made for supersymmetry here in this book by Brian Greene called Elegant Universe. So see, he even named this book The Elegant Universe, meaning that he's going to talk a lot about symmetries, supersymmetries, and other such examples of natural beauty as seen by physicists. So we're going to talk about this and read this really soon here. Yesterday's live, we kind of talked about general theory of relativity, and we kind of started to get into supersymmetry and superpartners, but we will be continuing to continue from there today. Okay, so right now we're on this section called the case for supersymmetry prior to string theory. The other thing to keep in mind also is that remember how we've kind of mentioned it before, where there's two sides of physics. There's the general theory of relativity side, the classical side, and there's the quantum mechanics side. And these two sides don't always really unite. In fact, they don't unite at all. Generally, usually, rarely found to be unified, rarely found to be able to agree with each other and find each other to be tolerable. And so we've been kind of missing a more general, more grander, unified theory. And string theory is actually a candidate for such a grand unification. And so string theory is something that we will talk about and we will get into. And this book is all about. And Brian Greene, of course, is string theorist as far as I know. So before we get into string theory or superstring theory, that's where we need to talk about supersymmetry first. It's kind of going towards that string theory direction, and that's where we're at right now. So we will continue to read there. So you will see how he's going to mention about aesthetics. It is true, again, that when physicists talk about beautiful theories or beauty in physics, they actually mean symmetries. And what types of symmetries, that's really the detail, or that's really the question, and we will kind of see more about that here. Okay, first, from an aesthetic standpoint, physicists find it hard to believe that nature would respect almost, but not quite all, of the symmetries that are mathematically possible. Actually, I forgot to share the live. Let me do that real quick. I don't think I shared the live today. Hopefully, most people know that we're live, but Let me share it from my other phone. I hate the first ED movie. Loved when it first came out, but can't stand it today. Oh no. Oh no. I never saw ET. Is everything okay, Dre? Truthfully. Pennywise was the way to go. What do you mean, Dark Gloom? Is everything okay? What do you mean by that? Are you asking how I am doing? I saw Alien when I was like 13. Oh. Things are okay. As in, I'm doing my best. What do you think, Dark Gloom? Tim Curry is a good actor. Okay. Oh, I was responding to Dark Gloom. Somebody asked, is everything okay? Ghostbusters. We are live. Join us. Let me post this. Ah, I can't. It doesn't let me. Oh my God. Exactly. Okay. Definitely going back on topic here. Okay, so back to supersymmetry. From an aesthetic standpoint, physicists find it hard to believe that nature would respect almost, but not quite all of the symmetries that are mathematically possible. Of course, it is possible that an incomplete utilization of symmetry is what actually occurs, but it would be such a shame. So we'll see what he means here in a minute. It would be as if Bach, the music composer, classical composer, after developing numerous intertwining voices to fill out an ingenious pattern of musical symmetry, left out the final resolving measure. Second, even with the standard model, a theory that ignores gravity. So, of course, as a string theorist, he's kind of criticizing particle physics and the standard model of particle physics, which, of course, is sort of this foundational theory or foundational, I don't even know, foundation of particle physics at this point. It kind of summarizes particle physics. It doesn't cover everything in particle physics, but it's sort of the foundation of particle physics. But it is true that it does not really have an explanation for gravitation. As you know, there's no graviton particle that we know of. It keeps a placeholder for the graviton, but it doesn't really have an intrinsic explanation or particle nature that it has found or given to us or derived or anything like that. So, so as you know, once again, there are the four fundamental forces of nature: gravitation, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. And there are force carrier particles that are associated with each of these four fundamental forces of nature. Particle physics, or the standard model of particle physics, only has a particle or an explanation or a sort of justification for three of these, which are, of course, electromagnetism, strong nuclear force, and weak nuclear force. It does not intrinsically spit out or give us gravitation or the graviton being the particle associated with gravitation. It just kind of guesses that there is probably some kind of particle called graviton associated with gravitation, but it doesn't actually give that to us. This is where general theory of relativity, which is, of course, the updated and the more correct theory of gravitation, correcting upon Newtonian gravitation. So general theory of relativity, the theory of gravitation, and quantum mechanics and particle physics don't quite agree. This is sort of an example of that, a very important example of this, where the four fundamental forces, GR, general relativity, gives us gravitation. Particle physics and quantum mechanics do not give us gravitation. There is no explanation, justification, particle nature, etc., for gravitation, which is, of course, a universally pervasive and everyone feels it kind of force. So this is an area where particle physics is lacking. But particle physics gives us so much else, so many other things, right? All these different particles that have been discovered, that have been found, that are experimentally tested, experimentally a thing, confirmed. So, and having those are also important. There is great experimental success for particle physics and quantum mechanics. So we can't really ignore the field. We just don't have the two parts of physics talking to each other very well, which is, again, general relativity on the one side and particle physics on the other. So as a string theorist who is, of course, mainly a person who is a theorist, because string theory also is not experimentally testable, but it is considered to be a more classical theory. It's, I would think it's a more classical theory. It builds upon general relativity. It adds all these extra dimensions and tries to be the theory that explains everything more generally. It's sort of the candidate for grand unification theory, like I was saying. So as a string theorist, keep in mind that he's probably going to be kind of attacking of quantum mechanics and particle physics and pointing the fact out that there are bizarre characteristics of quantum mechanics and particle physics, and definitely he will poke holes at the fact that quantum mechanics does not give us gravitation. Because even though there is huge success of quantum mechanics and particle physics in many, many things, the fact is that they don't give you gravitation, which is really a bummer. Okay? So that's what the sort of background of this is. Okay? So the basic problem is, so back to Brian Greene here, even within the standard model, a theory, and standard model meaning the standard model of particle physics. So he's talking about particle physics, about to probably criticize particle physics. So even within the standard model, a theory that ignores gravity, thorny technical issues that are associated with quantum processes are swiftly solved if the theory is supersymmetric. So basically, he's saying that supersymmetry is something we like because it's pretty, it's beautiful, nature must have it, right? But also, supersymmetry is something that helps out quantum mechanics as well. We will hopefully get some examples of that, but that's what he means. He's trying to find sort of a way to win over the people from the other side, which are the quantum mechanics people or the particle physics people, okay? The basic problem is that every distinct particle species makes its own contribution to the microscopic quantum mechanical frenzy. Physicists have found that in the bath of this frenzy, certain processes involving particle interactions remain consistent only if numerical parameters in the standard model are fine-tuned to better than 1 part in a million billion to cancel out the most pernicious quantum effects. Such precision is on par with adjusting the launch angle of a bullet fired from an enormously powerful rifle so that it hits a specified target on the moon with a margin of error no greater than the thickness of an amoeba. So he's basically, once again, kind of critical of the fact that particle physics is very fine-tuned. Some of the parameters, some of the numbers associated with particle physics, and we actually saw this sort of criticism even from the other book we were reading, A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking, where some of the numbers, parameters, what have yous of particle physics are so very specific, fine-tuned, etc., etc. Stephen Hawking actually asked whether, is this just a thing that is associated with our universe? Like, are things just so very fine-tuned in this universe? And Like, are they a different number in a different universe? Like, what is this? This just seems to be oddly specific. So that's what Brian Greene is mentioning here as well. Although numerical adjustments of an analogous precision. Hello, Cirky, Lilith, how are you? Thank you for the hearts. And can you please like the live and can we get 20 likes? Thank you. Thank you so much. So, although numerical adjustments of an analogous precision can be made within the standard model, many physicists are quite suspect of a theory that is so delicately constructed that it falls apart if a number on which it depends is changed in the 15th digit after the decimal point. So once again, blatant criticism of particle physics and its extremely specific number nature, where things are sometimes very fine-tuned in particle physics and they just don't like it. Remember, keep in mind, classical physicists are people who like beautiful theories that just kind of fall out of nature doing its beautiful things and falls out of nature having symmetries and things that make sense and theories that they can think up and dream up and that don't require so much of this like gnarly nature of particle physics being specific and having all these like different particles that exist and all their parameters associated with it and blah, blah, blah. What time do you plan to start tomorrow? 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Stephen. Thank you everybody so much for being here. Tomorrow we will start at 9 p.m. Thank you, Raikudo. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Cirky and Lilith. Thank you, everybody. So he does not like that particle physics is so fine-tuned. Supersymmetry changes this drastically because bosons, particles whose spin is a whole number, named after the Indian physicist Shyotendranath Bose, and fermions, particles whose spin is half of a whole odd number, named after the Italian physicist Enrico Fermi. So basically, he's talking about the different particles now. As we know, there are 3 families of particles. We've talked about them before, but just a little bit of a review. There are the 3 families of particles. These are leptons, bosons, and quarks. Lepton example would be something like the electron. Boson example would be something like the photon, which is, of course, light. And then quarks are what make up there's different types of quarks, but quarks are what make up protons and neutrons in the atoms that we know and love. So depending on, okay, I just had to make sure that everything is good. I smelled something. Depending on the type of particle, remember we talked about this property called spin. It's actually a quantum property, and depending on the type of particle, you have a different spin. So if you're a boson, you will have a whole number spin, and if you're a fermion or an electron, for example, you would have a half spin. So bosons are particles that were named after this guy called Shyotendranath Bose, B-O-S-E is the last name, and fermions were named after Fermi, this guy called Fermi, Enrico Fermi. Like opposite ends of a seesaw, when the quantum jitters of a boson are positive, those of a fermion tend to be negative and vice versa. Since supersymmetry ensures that bosons and fermions occur in pairs, substantial cancellations occur from the outset. Cancellations. So supersymmetry, I hope he'll say more words about this, but before I keep going on the reading, I wanted to say supersymmetry basically gives particles like supersymmetry partners, and that's kind of what he's talking about. So like sometimes you'll hear Susie partners, right? And that's what he's talking about. So once again, since supersymmetry ensures that bosons and fermions occur in pairs, so like those partners, substantial cancellations occur from the outset, cancellations that significantly calm some of the frenzied quantum effects. And so these cancellations are in math. Bose is spelled as B-O-S-E. He's a physicist from the same city as I am from, actually. He's from Kolkata in India. And he worked together with Einstein on Bose-Einstein statistics, if I can say that word. So Bose and Einstein independently worked on some stuff, and they also collaborated. And there is something called Bose-Einstein statistics. They wrote a paper together. And he's a very famous guy from exactly same city as where I'm from, which is Kolkata, India. Never heard of Bose, and it's spelled Bose. Enrico Fermi, of course, you've heard of. Way to say balance. Yeah. Remember me, says Divyang Panchal. Hi. I spelled it how I hear it, Bose. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Welcome to the live. If you're joining, please do like the live. Please feel free to do a super chat. Always much appreciated. Thank you so much. Can we get 20 likes? That would be most amazing. Thank you. So basically, supersymmetry is going to give these particles a partner and make them occur in pairs. I heard of Bose. Yeah, the Bose headphones, same spelling. So since supersymmetry ensures that bosons and fermions occur in pairs, substantial cancellations occur from the outset, cancellations that significantly calm some of the frenzied quantum effects. It turns out that the consistency of the supersymmetric standard model, the standard model augmented by all of the superpartner particles, no longer relies upon the uncomfortably delicate numerical adjustments of the ordinary standard model. So there is the standard model, and then there is SUSY, or supersymmetry, which gives these partners to these particles and helps out the math in a way where you don't need quite that much of the frenzied quantum effects like what he's saying and all of those extreme numerical adjustments. Although this is a highly technical issue, many particle physicists find that this realization makes supersymmetry very attractive. So it's kind of like that argument of, well, things would be a lot less beautiful if not for supersymmetry. Things would be kind of ugly. And already people thought, especially the classical physicists thought, that quantum mechanics and particle physics were ugly. They did not have the same elegance as classical theories. They did not have the same elegance or quantum mechanics. I'll just say quantum mechanics because particle physics comes from quantum mechanics. So quantum mechanics, even though developed in parallel with some of these classical things that we talk about, like general relativity, same century, parts of it in the same decade. But quantum mechanics is considered to be very much more ugly than general relativity. It's not considered elegant. And having all these numerical adjustments, all these types of things is what makes it ugly. And so once supersymmetry is incorporated, a lot of that ugliness kind of calms down, and then people like it more. Okay, that's what he's talking about. And so it's literally about aesthetics at this point, and how it's helped with supersymmetry. So it's also, keep in mind, he's trying to build all of this up to go towards superstring theory. Okay, so if he doesn't make a case for supersymmetry, that wouldn't probably work very well for his superstring theory that he's going to talk about. So prepare yourselves for that, okay? The third piece of circumstantial evidence for supersymmetry comes from the notion of grand unification. Hint, hint. So remember how just a moment ago I was telling you how superstring theory is a candidate for what? For grand unification theory. So here we go. He's of course going to want to pose superstring theory as a candidate for grand unification theory. So all of this is sort of the prior to going towards that, okay? One of the puzzling features of nature's four forces is the huge range in their intrinsic strengths. So we have talked about this before, where the forces all have different strengths. Gravitation is very weak, electromagnetism is stronger, and so on and so forth. We will see what he says exactly here, but pretty much the strengths and Like the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force are not really experienced by us all that much because the scales at which they are at play is just so very different. We don't operate so much at quantum scales or atomic scales or subatomic scales. So we don't care so much about strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, even though those two forces are fundamental and important in physics. We, of course, experience gravitation and electromagnetism, and as you might know, gravitation is much weaker, but it's extremely universal, extremely all-pervasive. We all feel it, but it's much weaker than electromagnetism. The other thing that's different about gravitation is that it's always attractive. It's an always attractive force. It's always pulling things closer to each other, whereas electromagnetism is sometimes attractive and sometimes repulsive. It's attractive between opposite charges, but repulsive between like charges. So those two things, the ones that we do experience and are familiar with and know and love, are two fundamental forces that are quite different from each other. All of this is to say that these four things that I just now mentioned, the strong and weak nuclear forces, gravitation, and electromagnetism, these are four different things. And what people would like, especially the classical theorists, because they always believe in an elegant theory that can explain everything, the theory of everything, right? They want a theory of everything. They're itching for a theory of everything. They want to die for a theory of everything. They want to get one, right? So that theory of everything, which would hypothetically and potentially explain all four together, is called the grand unification theory. Now, spoiler, there isn't one successfully yet. I would say there are some candidates, but there is not a substantial breaking news kind of update or discovery of a grand unified theory yet. It is still an unsolved puzzle, but string theory is a candidate. It is simply a candidate, or it is still just considered a candidate and not the ultimate answer, because of course, unfortunately, it is not testable experimentally. But this grand unification issue or ambition is something that has driven a lot of people, and that's what he's about to, I believe, talk about. We'll see. So I wanted to give you that little background there. So third piece of circumstantial evidence for supersymmetry comes from the notion of grand unification. One of the puzzling features of nature's four forces is the huge range in their intrinsic strengths. The electromagnetic force has less than 1% of the strength of the strong force, so electromagnetism is less strong than the strong force. The weak force is some 1,000 times feebler than that, and the gravitational force is some 100 million billion, 10 to the minus 35, in other words, times weaker still. So gravitation is the weakest, then weak nuclear force, then electromagnetism, and the strongest is the strong nuclear force. So just the variety here and the fact that these four forces are just so so what's the word? Different from each other. Scales are different, strengths are different. What is up with that? What is a theory that can explain all four? Why do we need four different types of explanations for four different things? Why are they even four different things? Why are there four fundamental forces? We kind of know some things about each one. You know, gravitation is given to us by general theory of relativity after Newtonian mechanics explained it for many years. I think it might have even been a couple of centuries, actually, if I'm doing my math correctly. But at the same time, general relativity does not explain electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. So what is up with that? And particle physics explains strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force, but it cannot explain gravitation. So what is up with that? Why are there these four different things? Why are they so different from each other? Why are the strengths so different? You know, that's part of this. That is a broader, bigger question that we ponder here. Okay. So, following the path-breaking and ultimately Nobel Prize-winning work of Glashow, Salam, and Weinberg, that established a deep connection between the electromagnetic and weak forces. So, by the way, there is some connection between the electromagnetic force and the weak force. Even though you have to try kind of hard to find this connection, there is a connection. And in fact, I will go as far to say before he says it, because I kind of know it already, there is somewhat of a unification between the three fundamental forces of electromagnetism: strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force. Those three are still kinda, sorta able to be unified. If you operate in different energy regimes, you can kinda, sorta unify them. But, and this but is a very big but, these three that I just now mentioned are not unified with gravitation, even to this date. String theory is a candidate, but even to this date, we don't believe, at least I don't know, that it's really unified. So that's going to be a big issue, but he's saying that at least electromagnetic and weak forces were kind of unified by these people, Weinberg, Salam, Glashow, and they got a Nobel Prize for it. So it's very important that there was some progress in unifying at least some of it. You know, in 1974, Glashow, together with his Harvard colleague Howard Georgi, suggested that an analogous connection might be forged with the strong force. Their work, which proposed a grand unification of three of the four forces, so grand unification in quotes, because if if you unify only three of the four things, then we will call it a grand unification and do the air quotes, because a true grand unification would unify all four. Okay. You cannot call something a grand unification if you do not explain gravitation. I am so sorry. So all the theorists, even the ones that are aspiring theorists right now, if you're watching this video, please keep in mind that if you're going to work on the grand unification theory, you have to explain gravitation. Please. Okay, if you cannot explain gravitation, I am so sorry, but something will be very much missing, and that will be a very important thing that's missing, okay? So their work, which proposed a grand unification of three of the four forces, differed in one essential way from that of the electroweak theory. Electroweak theory is the one that unifies electromagnetism with the weak nuclear force, whereas the electromagnetic and weak forces crystallized out of a more symmetric union when the temperature of the universe dropped to about 1,000,000 billion degrees above absolute zero. So that's 10 to the 15 Kelvin. Oh my gosh, very hot. Georgi and Glashow showed that the union with the strong force would have been apparent only at a temperature some 10 trillion times higher, around 10 billion degrees above absolute zero, which is 10 to the 28 Kelvin. So once again, let me read this again because it's a sort of complicated sentence. Whereas the electromagnetic and weak forces crystallized out of a more symmetric union, so there is a way to there is a way to unify the electromagnetic. There is a way to explain or unify the electromagnetic and weak forces. It requires a very high temperature. Georgi and Glashow showed that the union with the strong force would have been apparent only at a temperature, so even higher temperature, and you can unify it with the strong force. So from this point of view of energy, from the point of view of energy, this is about 1,000,000 billion times the mass of the proton, or about 4 orders of magnitude less than the Planck mass. Georgi and Glasgow boldly took theoretical physics into an energy realm many orders of magnitude beyond that which anyone had previously dared explore. So basically, these people explored a realm of physics, a energy regime, which I think I was mentioning just a moment ago, which is that if you want to unify these three forces, electroweak as in electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force, if you tweaked the energy regimes, if you went to much, much, much higher energies, then you kind of can symmetrify them and unify them. Subsequent work at Harvard by Georgi, Helen Quinn, and Weinberg in 1974 made the potential unity of the non-gravitational forces within the grand unified framework even more manifest. So once there is some progress in unifying these three non-gravitational forces, of course, right? We know that they don't explain gravitation or unification with gravitation. This is just electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force. Once there is some progress in unifying these three, though, even though they may require crazy temperatures and high energies, but still, if there is some semblance of unification of these three, then you can work on it more to show some more things. And that's what manifested in after 1974. As their contribution continues to play an important role in unifying the forces, and in assessing the relevance of supersymmetry to the natural world, let's spend a moment explaining it. So they're gonna finally, thank God, explain this unification. Somebody asked, define gravitation, like how and why it exists. So gravitation is the attractive force that exists between any two objects with mass, where this attractive force, as explained by Newtonian gravitation or Newtonian mechanics, depends on the product of the masses of the two objects and is inversely related to the square of the distance between the two masses. So it's this pull between the two objects, or a force as defined in Newtonian mechanics that exists between any two objects in this universe, right? But it's a very weak force too, because it falls off as the square of distance, which is in the denominator. So it's inversely related to the square of the distance between the two masses. So if you get very far apart, then you're not going to feel very much gravitation force between those two masses. But for example, there is gravitation between the sun and the earth and the moon, you and I, me and the earth. You know, we fall to the floor under gravitation. The moon is falling towards us constantly and in orbit around the earth because of gravitation. These are sort of the Newtonian ways of explaining gravitation. And this explanation or mathematics for gravitation existed for a couple of centuries quite successfully, and even now can be used to launch rockets from the Earth, and NASA still uses Newtonian mechanics, okay? Then there is an update to this theory for gravitation, which is the general theory of relativity, which basically creates a new sort of mathematics, including and involving the four-dimensional space-time, where there's 3 dimensions for space and 1 dimension for time. And gravitation, instead of being looked upon as a force per se, is basically a curvature of space-time itself. It is intrinsic nature of space-time to bend and curve depending on the massive object. So a more massive body or object will bend and curve space-time more, and a less massive object will bend it less. But bending will be happening, bending or curvature of space-time. And we already knew from special theory of relativity that space-time is relative, right? Space and time are relative, mass and energy are equivalent, and gravitation is simply space-time bending when there are massive objects. So a lot of things in astronomy and astrophysics can be explained by the mass of an object. You know, what happens to a star, for example, what type of death a star will suffer when it actually dies depends on its mass. for example. So mass is very important and the bending of space-time. Oh, you didn't ask the question. I was answering a question that wasn't actually asked. Got it. Anyways, I wanted to explain, I wanted to take a moment and tell you about gravitation in case that was a curiosity of yours. And I do think that it's worth saying something about gravitation once in a while, especially because I do agree with string theorists and classical physicists who worked obviously on general relativity and string theory, etc., that particle physics and quantum mechanics, which comes and explains everything about particles and strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, of course, does not explain gravitation. So it's a hole in particle physics to not be able to explain gravitation, okay? And gravitation is felt on these large scales, and it's very important in astronomy. It's very important in astrophysics. The mass of things is very important. I want to reiterate. Pretty much in astrophysics, the mass of a star, the mass of a black hole, the mass of everything ultimately determines its fate and what happens around it. So that's where gravitation is so important. Thank you for asking the non-question. So anyways, let's now see what they mean by unification of the other three forces. Even though they don't unify gravitation with electromagnetism, weak and strong nuclear forces, those three, still we should find out what they mean by a unification of those three non-gravitational forces, okay? We are all aware that the electrical attraction between two oppositely charged particles, or the gravitational attraction between two massive bodies, gets stronger as the distance between the objects decreases. Very true. So electromagnetism, as I was just now saying, is attractive between two oppositely charged bodies or particles or whatever. Between opposite charges, the electromagnetic force is attractive. Between like charges, it's repulsive. But the fact remains that the force does go also inversely as the distance squared between the two objects or the two particles or the 2 points. So one thing in common between gravitation and electromagnetism is that inverse connection, or the inverse relation to the square of the distance between the two bodies. But again, gravitation is always attractive. Something in my mouth. Electromagnetism is part of the chocolate. Electromagnetism is sometimes attractive and sometimes repulsive. And electromagnetism is a lot stronger, just so you know. So not the same thing, okay? Like, it would be nice if gravitation and electromagnetism had more of a semblance of similarity, but they're really not that similar in the end. So anyway, we're all aware that the electrical attraction between two oppositely charged particles, or the gravitational attraction between two massive bodies, gets stronger as the distance between the objects decreases. These are simple and well-known features of classical physics. There is a surprise, though, when we study the effect that quantum physics has on force strengths. Why should quantum mechanics have any effect at all? The answer, once again, lies in quantum fluctuations. Yes. When we examine the electrical force field of an electron, for example, we are actually examining it through the mist of momentary particle-antiparticle eruptions and annihilations that are occurring all through the region of space surrounding it. Because again, in quantum mechanics, of course, nothing is straightforward. By an electron and by measuring the electromagnetic force of an electron, or between the electron Can you still hear me? Between the electron and something else, you're actually, okay, yeah, I'm back. Couldn't hear myself because of the touching of the headphones. So there is no such thing as just an electron, right? There's actually things going on around in that space of the electron, all these quantum fluctuations, annihilations, particle, antiparticle interactions and such, right? In fact, remember how quantum fluctuations is the reason why black holes have a temperature. Stephen Hawking worked on this and gave us the temperature of black holes or Hawking radiation, black hole radiation, et cetera, because if you don't have a radiation, then you cannot have a temperature. If you have a temperature, then you cannot not have a radiation. And if you have a radiation, then you must be emitting something. And black holes classically do not emit things. Even light is not supposed to be escaping a black hole. So how come black holes have a temperature and how come black holes have a radiation? It's because of quantum fluctuations. It's because of these particle, antiparticle dance things going on. So what he's saying is that electromagnetic force of an electron, right? But actually, there's a lot more that's going on around that electron. There's some mist of stuff going on, and it's really through that we must peek. So when we examine the electric force field of an electron, we are actually examining it through the mist of momentary particle, antiparticle eruptions and annihilations that are occurring all through the region of space surrounding it. Physicists some time ago realized that this seething mist of microscopic fluctuations obscures the full strength of the electron's force field, somewhat as a thin fog partially obscures the beacon of a lighthouse. Wow. Oh, that's cool. So physicists some time ago realized that this mist, the stuff that's going on, the shenanigans of quantum fluctuations around an electron will actually make its electron force field kind of weaker. Wow. This implies that the strength of an electron's electric field will increase as we get closer to it. That makes sense. Physicists, and it does, right? It's similar to the gravitation force in that sense, where the inverse relation to the square of distance means that the force gets stronger as you get closer. Physicists distinguish this quantum mechanical increase in strength as we get closer to the electron from that known in classical physics by saying that the intrinsic strength of the electromagnetic force increases on shorter distance scales. This reflects that the strength increases not merely because we are closer to the electron, but also because more of the electron's intrinsic electric field becomes visible. In fact, although we have focused on the electron, this discussion applies equally well to all electrically charged particles and is summarized by saying that quantum effects drive the strength of the electromagnetic force to get larger when examined on shorter distance scales, which is pretty cool. See, I didn't think of that right away. Which is that the quantum fluctuations, the shenanigans around a charged particle like the electron will make its force field weaker. And so when you get closer and you see it better, you'll actually feel it more. And that is in line with the fact that the electromagnetic force is, of course, going to get stronger as you get closer, and also goes as the inverse of the distance squared. What about the other forces of the standard model? So now we're moving on, but this is a cool fact. This is a cool fact that the quantum fluctuations is actually making the force weaker. So it's better when it's stronger when you're closer. What about the other forces of the standard model? How do their intrinsic strengths vary with distance? In 1973, so we're still in the 70s, Gross and Frank Wilczek at Princeton and independently David Pulitzer at Harvard studied this question and found a surprising answer. The quantum cloud of particle eruptions and annihilations amplifies the strengths of the strong and weak forces. So remember that the strong and weak forces, on the other hand, work at very different length scales, right? They work at much closer distances. For example, the subatomic particles, like neutrons and protons within the nucleus of an atom, experience the strong nuclear force, right? Those things are very much closer to each other than, say, the electron is to the nucleus, or say the sun is to the earth, right? The gravitation is working between the sun and the earth. Electromagnetism is also working between us, but gravitation is working on that type of scale. Electron has an electromagnetic force going on with the nucleus of the same atom that it's in. It also has it with other charged particles as well. But the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force, those things actually benefit from all this quantum fluctuation shenanigans and get stronger. Wow. So it amplifies the quantum cloud of particle eruptions and annihilations, because really what we mean by the quantum fluctuations is all those particles, antiparticle pairs, sometimes annihilating, sometimes erupting, sometimes one of them escaping, divorcing the other. Those types of shenanigans, which we may not measure directly or see directly, but they are kind of happening. In empty space is not so empty. There's a lot that's kind of going on all the time. And they all kind of maybe cancel each other out over time. And sometimes they don't, and sometimes they do. And it's actually all of this activity that's constantly happening. But these types of activities amplifies the strengths of the strong and weak nuclear forces. This implies, and it would make sense because those forces actually do affect things that are at a very different scale and also at a very different length scale, because within the nucleus of an atom is, of course, much closer together. The particles within the nucleus of an atom, the subatomic particles within the nucleus of an atom, like protons and neutrons, are, of course, much closer to each other than the electron is to the nucleus or some other thing, right? This implies that as we examine them on shorter distances, we penetrate more of this seething cloud and hence are subject to less of its amplification. As we examine them on shorter distances, we penetrate more of this seething cloud and hence are subject to less of its amplification. And so the strengths of these forces get weaker. Oh, that he's saying that the strengths of the forces would get weaker when they're probed on shorter distances. Georgie, Quinn, and Weinberg took this realization and ran with it to a remarkable end. They showed that when these effects of the quantum frenzy are carefully accounted for, so when these effects of the quantum frenzy, these quantum fluctuations, etc., when these are accounted for, because normally in classical physics, you might not account for these quantum fluctuations. Remember, when Stephen Hawking gave us temperatures of black holes, the Hawking radiation, and gave us, that black holes also emit things and have a radiation and have a temperature, that was very novel. That was his PhD, and that was unthinkable because classically black holes don't emit things, but quantumly they do. So classically black holes don't emit things, right? There's no black holes emitting things in classical physics, and we arrived at black holes through classical physics, through general theory of relativity. So through the equations, through the mathematics that is all elegant, right? So through actually saying that when a star collapses so hard, so much, compresses so much that it goes to a singularity and even light cannot escape it, is how strong its gravitational field becomes. So we actually set it up mathematically to make sure that even light doesn't escape it. That's how we get the mathematics of a black hole, classically. So to say then that black holes emit things and have a temperature and have a radiation, this is why Stephen Hawking is famous. This is what he's famous for, because he brought in quantum mechanics to a black hole, to something like a black hole, which is classically thought of quite differently. And so quantum fluctuations, very important, but classically speaking, within general relativity, of course, everything before that, Newtonian mechanics, electromagnetism, even electromagnetism, classical theory, right? The electromagnetic equations, Maxwell's equations, those don't take into account quantum fluctuations. There's no quantum in all of that, right? So you have to understand, like Newtonian mechanics, electromagnetism, Maxwell's equations for electromagnetism, general theory of relativity, these don't involve quantum mechanics straightforwardly. They don't think of it. They don't account for it. They don't know quantum fluctuations, okay? So when you marry some of the quantum fluctuation stuff with something from classical physics, like black holes, like what Stephen Hawking did, then you become very famous, and then you have something new and novel, okay? So these people, Georgi, Quinn, and Weinberg, basically took the quantum fluctuation stuff and ran with it to say something about some of these forces, some of the fundamental forces. I believe the three non-gravitational ones. They showed that when these effects of the quantum frenzy are carefully accounted for, the net result is that the strengths of these three non-gravitational forces are driven together. So even though it may look like that the strengths are all over the place, but if you do very careful accounting of quantum fluctuations, maybe you have better luck. Hello, Gary. How are you? Thank you so much for being here. Can you please like the live, and can we get 20 likes? So whereas the strengths of these forces are very different on scales accessible to current technology, Georgi, Quinn, and Weinberg argued that this difference is actually due to the different effect that the haze of microscopic quantum activity has on each force. So the effect of the quantum fluctuations is different for each of the forces. That's what that means. Their calculations showed that if this haze is penetrated by examining the forces not on everyday scales, but as they act on distances of about 100th of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth, 10 to the minus 29, that is, of a centimeter, a mere factor of 10,000 larger than the Planck length, the three non-gravitational force strengths appear to become equal. Wow. So if you go to a scale, which is very tiny, and you account for quantum fluctuations, because you would have to at that scale, because, you and I, like, say I become totally negatively charged and you become totally positively charged, and we have electromagnetic force between us. Like, I mean, at our scales, and I'm here and you're there, like, we don't have to necessarily think about quantum fluctuations, right? So, I mean, we may not want to just because we don't care. Like, it's too much work. That is sometimes the reason why people don't do things sometimes, right? But when you go to such extremely small length scales, then of course, absolutely, it is pertinent that you must account for quantum fluctuations, and you must do a very good job of accounting for quantum fluctuations. You should be very careful about it, right? You should know your particle physics and do your math. So, oh my gosh, wow. So billionth, hundredth of a billionth of a billionth of a billionth of a centimeter. At that point, the three non-gravitational force strengths appear to become equal, because remember, once again, the quantum fluctuations have been messing with the strengths. So if you account for the quantum fluctuations and you correct for those messingnesses, like something is messing with your strength. But say if you correct for all of that, then you find that they are actually, wow, they're actually equal. Although far removed from the realm of common experience, because this is too small of a scale for us, you and I don't live in 10 to the minus 29, right? Meters. We don't live in such small lengths. So we think of electromagnetic force as very different from strong nuclear force, as very different from weak nuclear force. In fact, strong nuclear force and weak nuclear force were not discovered as quickly because of that, because we don't play at those scales. We don't encounter those scales. So that's why those forces were also discovered later. I mean, the proton was discovered later, the neutron was discovered even later, things like that. The small things and the small scales are not our scales. I added you on Facebook. Thank you. So, although far removed from the realm of common experience, the high energy necessary to be sensitive to such small distances was characteristic of the roiling, hot, early universe when it was about 1,000th of a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth. So that is 10 to the minus 39, so even smaller, of a second old, when its temperature was on the order of 10 to the 28 Kelvin mentioned earlier. So even though these small scales and big temperatures and big energies may seem kind of weird to us because we are obviously here now and the universe looks very different, but actually when the universe first got started, it wasn't so crazy then. As we have mentioned in some of our lives on cosmology and the Big Bang nucleosynthesis and the Big Bang environment, the universe was extremely hot, dense, crazy, and energetic when it got started. Photons were the king of the jungle back then. It was a very radiation-dominated universe. And things were just extremely crazy and hot. And of course, the universe also expanded, so it was also at a different scale back then. In somewhat the same way that a collection of disparate ingredients, pieces of metal, wood, rocks, minerals, and so on, all melt together and become a uniform, homogeneous plasma when heated to sufficiently high temperature, these theoretical works suggested that the strong, weak, and electromagnetic forces all merge into one grand force at such immense temperatures. So what may seem crazy to us now, like, oh, those three forces, electromagnetic, strong, and weak nuclear forces are the same, or yeah, did I say electromagnetic, strong, and weak nuclear forces are the same at that weird small length scale, although that's weird to us now. But when the universe got started, those scales and those high temperatures and energies, just like making everything mixed up in one big molten hot soup of craziness, it wasn't so crazy back then. Okay, so they were basically the same thing back then. And then they just kind of became different things as the universe evolved. Okay, which is very interesting. So very interesting. Although we do not have the technology to probe such minute distance scales or to produce such scorching temperatures. So, I mean, don't ask us to probe such minute scales now or to make the temperature quite so hot now, maybe in Texas. But, we can't get the temperatures to be as high as they were when the universe was just getting started. So, but there was a time when the temperatures were so high and the scales were so small that the strong, the weak, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force, and the electromagnetic force were all the same. And the discovery that this is the case is pretty cool. It's pretty nice. It's pretty interesting. They called it a grand unification theory, and we have to use these air quotes because it's still does not unify these three things with gravitation. And we cannot, even though this is really interesting and really beautiful, we still have to explain gravitation. If a theory does not explain gravitation and does not unify the three things with the gravitation, we still unfortunately cannot call it quite as grand of a unification, okay? So since 1974, experimentalists have significantly refined the measured strengths of the three non-gravitational forces under everyday conditions. These data, the starting points for the three force strength curves, I'll show you the curve here where they basically show the three things merging, are the input data for the quantum mechanical extrapolations of Georgi, Quinn, and Weinberg. In 1991, so more recent, Hugo Amaldi of CERN and Wim de Boer and Hermann Forstnau of the University of Karlsruhe, Germany, recalculated the Georgi, Quinn, and Weinberg extrapolations. So some other people in Germany recalculated this whole thing, extrapolations, making use of these experimental refinements. So they did some more work to get some better refined numbers and things like that, and showed two significant things. So when this work was kind of reattempted in 1991 after the initial 1970s when it was first done, they showed two significant things. What are these? First, the strengths of the three non-gravitational forces almost agree, but not quite at tiny distance scales. So the strengths of the three non-gravitational forces, remember, the strengths of these three non-gravitational forces agreeing at the tiny length scales means that they have accounted for quantum fluctuations, blah, 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 and said that we have corrected for all that and the strengths should agree. But they almost agreed, but not quite at tiny distance scales. Equivalently, high energy or high temperature. You have to either show it for tiny distance scales or high energy, high temperature, same thing. Second, so they agreed, but not quite. They almost fully agreed, but not quite, okay? After accounting for the shenanigans of quantum fluctuations, which you have to at those scales or at those temperatures. Second, this tiny but undeniable discrepancy in their strengths vanishes dun, 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 if supersymmetry is incorporated. So he's made a big case for supersymmetry here. For Susie, here comes Susie. Here comes Susie to the rescue. Basically, these people did all this work to redo the math for electromagnetism, weak nuclear force and strong nuclear force to show in 1991, hey, we got this. These three things are actually the same thing. The strengths are the same. Once you account for quantum fluctuations at the tiny scales or at the very high temperatures, they should be the same. They are the same. But lo and behold, they found that there was some discrepancy and they were not quite the same. But that discrepancy goes away when you incorporate supersymmetry, nicknamed Susie. So this is why supersymmetry is so important. The author is adamant of letting us know and having us be on board with supersymmetry, because I believe he's a little bit biased and he will need it for superstring theory. So we'll see, okay? keep going. The reason is that the new superpartner particles, so superpartner particles required by supersymmetry, contribute additional quantum fluctuations. So as if there wasn't enough already. There were already quantum fluctuations because of particle-antiparticle pairs and annihilations and whatnots. But supersymmetry simply gives particles even more partners, super partners, actually, super partner particles. And when you get these super partner particles, then you have even more fluctuations. And please do. Susie is actually SUSY. Susie, like supersymmetry, you know, Sue, the Sue from the super and the symmetry gives you the SY. Supersymmetry. Symmetry C. So SUSY. The way you have it there, but just with a Y. So the reason is that the new superpartner particles required by supersymmetry contribute additional quantum fluctuations, and these fluctuations are just right to nudge the strengths of the forces to converge with one another. Yay! The three forces are finally totally able to be unified. Quantum fluctuations and tiny length scales and high temperatures do allow them to be very similar to each other, but not quite until you get supersymmetry and supersymmetry allowed super partners. To many physicists, it is extremely difficult to believe that nature would choose the forces so that they almost. So here's another aesthetic angle. The three forces, electromagnetism, weak nuclear force, and strong nuclear force, being so close to each other once you correct for quantum fluctuations at those tiny length scales or high temperatures, but not quite the same, not exactly the same, is too ugly. According to classical physicists, this is too ugly. This is unacceptable. It's like, how dare you be almost the same, but not quite? That to us makes us like, that is like a fashion mistake for nature. How could you? So please be the same. And that is another aesthetic case for supersymmetry. Please, right? Is what they're imploring nature. That please let us have super partners, because if not for super partners and supersymmetry, these forces are not quite exactly equal. To many physicists, it is extremely difficult to believe that nature would choose the forces so that they almost, but not quite, have strengths that microscopically unify, microscopically become equal. So once again, they're microscopically equal. Keep in mind, they're not equal at our scales. They're not equal at larger scales. They're not equal at sun and earth scales. They're not equal even at this room scales. They're not equal between the nucleus and the electron scales, but they're equal at microscopic, very, 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 very tiny scales, okay? So it's like putting together jigsaw puzzle in which the final piece is slightly mishappen and won't cleanly fit into its appointed position. They say nature chooses as if it were a conscious decision. Well, physicists feel very close to nature. Have you heard of the God complex? That word comes from physicists. Physicists basically think of themselves as next to God. Hello, Savory. Savory says, what do you think about periology? I don't think I know what that word means. Please do tell. Savory, tell us what that is. So it's like putting together. So Brian Greene is saying, but I mean, he has a point. The physicist Terence Howard math. I don't know what that is either. You have to say more. Please do elaborate. So physicists are basically saying that nature, we implore you to be beautiful and elegant and symmetric at all times. Please don't torture us with three forces that are almost equal but not quite equal when we make the conditions just right. Okay? Supersymmetry deftly refines its shape so that all pieces firmly lock into place. So thank goodness supersymmetry to the rescue for aesthetics, right? I'll show you this diagram later on about the three forces kind of converging. It's sort of just a visual for that. Another aspect of this latter realization is that it provides a possible answer to the question, why haven't we discovered any of the super partner particles? So as far as I know, even now, in this year of 2025, I don't think we have any SUSY partner particles discovered. Actually, we worked, me and my advisor in our group actually worked on a SUSY paper, but I didn't think it got, I don't know if it got accepted actually. But basically, just like we have a bunch of like particle astrophysics or particle physics type of experiments, you could actually have experiments that look for super partners or super symmetry, super partner particles. So SUSY partner particles, basically, right? Like take a particle and then it has, in theory, a super partner. And so if you discovered a super partner particle, then that would make this, all of the things that we're just now saying, actually tested and experimentally proven. Until you found a SUSY partner particle, it's not real fully. It's a theory. I mean, it sounds like there is good reason to think of it that way. Like there's definitely good reasons. There's definitely a lot of elegance that is to be had from having these SUSY partner particles, supersymmetric partner particles. But as far as finding one, until we truly find one, we can't say that they exist. So that's what he's talking about now. So why haven't we discovered any of the super partner particles? The calculations that lead to the convergence of the force strengths, as well as other considerations studied by a number of physicists, indicate that the superpartner particles must be a good deal heavier than the known particles. I seem to remember this. I think the SUSY partner particles are actually heavier. Although, I mean, in the math, they're not, again, I don't think that we've found them experimentally. Although no definitive predictions can be made, studies show that the superpartner particles might be 1,000 times as massive as a proton, if not heavier. As even our state-of-the-art accelerators cannot quite reach such energies, this provides an explanation for why these particles have not as yet been discovered. So again, we know from special theory of relativity, which I will quickly reference now, that there is an equivalence between mass and energy, right? So say if you're trying to discover a particle that is as massive as the electron, then you only need energies that are equivalent to that mass. If you're trying to discover a particle that is as massive as 1,000 times the proton's mass, then you need energies that are equivalent to that, mass energy equivalence, right? E equals mc squared. So it is not so trivial to just say, oh, why, just go ahead and discover one of these particles in the Large Hadron Collider. Just ramp up the collider, make some energies and bumpings happen, make some collisions happen between things, and make a particle just show up, which is a supersymmetric SUSY partner particle. Easier said than done, because we can only create so much high of energies. I mean, last I checked, I think the center of momentum energy of the Large Hadron Collider was 14 TeV. So that is 14 TeV. TeV is 10 to the 12 eV, electron volt energy scale. So, you know, it's going to be a little tough if you, I'm actually thinking about that. I don't know. As far as I know, no SUSY partner particle has been discovered. And I think one of the challenges is this, which is the energy, which he's talking about. So although no definitive predictions can be made, studies show that the superpartner particles might be 1,000 times as massive as a proton, if not heavier, as even our state-of-the-art accelerators cannot quite reach such energies. So when he wrote this book, the energies that the Large Hadron Collider could achieve were lower. I am quoting what they can do now. And so they might be able to do something better now. But even then, I don't think we have discovered any of the SUSY partner particles. But if we do, then let me know. Hello. Hello, Reese. So as even our state-of-the-art accelerators cannot quite reach such energies, this provides an explanation for why these particles have not as yet been discovered. Okay? In chapter 9, we will return to a discussion of the experimental prospects for determining in the near future where supersymmetry truly is a property of our world. So basically, it's upsetting to the classical physicists that supersymmetry is not proven out experimentally because it's challenging to prove it out experimentally, blah, 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 blah. But remember that a lot of things that are kind of challenging to experimentally prove out does not necessarily mean that the theory is wrong. Gravitational waves were predicted by general theory of relativity over 100 years ago, and they were only discovered in the last several years, right? So sometimes theories are ahead of their time. Sometimes they're wrong. There is also that. But sometimes theories are ahead of their time. And to make the experiment or the setup that will prove your theory or let the theoretical predictions or outcomes come true, just take better technology, more energy, more blah, blah than we can achieve just now. Doesn't mean that that theory is wrong, but he's basically imploring nature, please have SUSY, please have supersymmetry, please give all the particles a super partner particle so that there is aesthetically pleasing things to be found in physics, so that there's aesthetics restored, as in beauty is there in physics, and also so that those three forces are the same at those extreme length scales, and also because I think he's gonna need it, and also because he's gonna need it for superstring theory, which is gonna be this theory that he hopefully goes towards. Is this an iPhone stream? Audio isn't great. Is the audio like? Can you not hear me at all, or? I've got the mic. I've got the mic that I'm using from the headphones. Is that not working? I'm gonna keep going. So basically, he wants supersymmetry as a phenomena to be. I know, I don't know what to do about the static. I can hear it's just scratchy and rubbish quality. We can hear you, but there's some static. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do about the static. Even after using a different mic, like I'm using the mic of these headphones, it still doesn't get rid of the static, unfortunately, and I don't know what to do about that. It might be something to do with my phone, actually, so sorry about that. It might also be the live stream software, so like of YouTube. So I'm sorry. I'll keep working on it. I'm sorry. Neil Armstrong, who didn't actually, Neil Armstrong, we did land on the moon. There are some people on the channel who don't believe in the moon landing, but we will keep going. So in chapter 9, we will return to a discussion of the experimental prospects for determining in the near future whether supersymmetry truly is a property of our world. So this is The Elegant Universe by Brian Greene that we're reading from. That's the book. And we haven't covered chapter 9 yet. We are kind of covering bits and pieces of these topics from here and there to kind of have a coherent discussion about all of this. But he really wants, the long story short is that he really wants supersymmetry to be a thing. He really wants it to be a phenomena that we know and love, because it does make things more pleasing, it does make things more beautiful, and it does allow for certain unifications to happen. Of course, the reasons we have given so far for believing in, or at least not yet rejecting, supersymmetry are far from airtight. he's admitting. We have described how supersymmetry elevates our theories to their most symmetric form, but you might suggest that the universe does not care about attaining the most symmetric form that is mathematically possible. We have noted the important technical point that supersymmetry relieves us from the delicate task of tuning numerical parameters in the standard model to avoid subtle quantum problems. But you might argue that the truth theory describing nature may very well walk the fine edge between self-consistency and self-destruction. We have discussed how supersymmetry modifies the intrinsic strengths of the three non-gravitational forces at tiny distances in just the right way for them to merge together into a grand unified force, each having the same strength at that scale. But you might argue again that nothing in the design of nature dictates that these force strengths must exactly match on microscopic scales. Nature didn't say that they had to be the same. Maybe nature doesn't care, you know? And finally, you might suggest that a simpler explanation for why the superpartner particles have never been found is that our universe is not supersymmetric and therefore the superpartners do not exist. That could also be the truth. It would be very heartbreaking for everybody who relies on supersymmetry and supersymmetry superpartners. But it could be that we haven't found them because they just don't exist. No one can refute any of these responses, but the case for supersymmetry is strengthened immensely when we consider its role in, drum roll, what do you think? Its role in? Its role in a candidate of grand unification theory known as string theory. Wasn't the Large Hadron Collider thing supposed to? Yeah, so the Large Hadron Collider, I mean, one of its many tasks, it has a lot of tasks, but one of its goals would be to prove or disprove the supersymmetry theory of super partners. Basically, all the particles having a supersymmetry superpartner particle of possibly a lot bigger mass and whatnot is the supersymmetric theory. And if these are found in the Large Hadron Collider by doing a bunch of experiments and attaining bigger energies and then finding the finding a supersymmetry superpartner, basically, if we predict supersymmetry superpartners for all the particles, and then we find one or two or three or whatever, then that would be like a proof of supersymmetry. We haven't yet found them, so we don't know for sure in experiment, but the theory of having supersymmetry does make the theories flow better, have more beauty, have more elegance, and explains things, and also unifies the three non-gravitational forces. If supersymmetry is true, then a parallel universe could also be true. I don't know. No. I don't think so. That's not directly to be concluded. No, I'm not going to say yes. Because, I mean, first of all, I don't know enough about parallel universes. I don't know enough about multiverses. We don't have evidence of other universes. And supersymmetry, it's like basically it's like saying, oh, there's a whole universe of positrons, which is the antiparticle of electron. No. There's definitely more electrons. There's definitely more processes that make electrons than make positrons. So I'm giving an example of particle antiparticle now, not particle superparticle. But basically, in this universe, there is a reason why, and there are conditions that led to particles being more than their antiparticle partners, right? And same thing with the super particles. There's more particles, obviously, at least in our experience, than there are super particles. So there's no reason to think, like, just because super particles may be a thing and antiparticles are a thing, and there's quantum fluctuations, which involve them and make things, happen, doesn't mean that there's another whole universe of just the superparticles or just the antiparticles. Mm-mm, mm-mm. Basically, I would say don't read into antiparticles and superparticles so much. The existence of antiparticles and superparticles, if superparticles are experimentally proven, antiparticles are proven, superparticles not yet proven. Just because they are a thing and play a role in quantum fluctuations doesn't mean that they don't lead to such, they don't necessarily, they might, there may be parallel universes, but the conclusion doesn't have to be so dramatic. Yeah, basically, it doesn't have to be the case that there's a universe with all superparticles. No such evidence exists anyway. Even if we find superparticles here, doesn't mean that there's a universe with a bunch more of them. We found antiparticles as part of interactions, doesn't mean that there is universes with a bunch of antiparticles. You know what I mean? Like, the conclusion is too far-fetched that there would be a universe full of them. We just know that they're a thing and they are less made than the particles, for example. So anyways, we will keep going a little bit, because so now Brian Greene has come out with it. He was almost hiding in the closet of trying to make it sound like supersymmetry has nothing to do with his stage setup for superstring theory. And by the way, sometimes string theory is called superstring theory, and the super in superstring is the supersymmetry that we've just been endlessly talking about. So I hope you have some appreciation now for supersymmetry, because it is definitely going to be something that shows up and helps out a lot in the case of superstring theory, which is what this string theorist author is going to be talking about, I assume, next, or just throughout the book. So keep that in mind. And just know that supersymmetry, superpartners have not been discovered yet experimentally, but that's okay. They are still helpful in theory, and may quite very well be true. And I do like the elegance of unifying the three non-gravitational forces. And if supersymmetry is helping with that, then great. I love it. Let's keep going and read a little bit now about supersymmetry in string theory. Okay? That's what's coming up next. So if the collision that started the universe was symmetrical, the Big Bang was, this is water now, but this was basil seed drink, orange flavored. It's from the Indian grocery store. So the Big Bang was a very extreme condition, and it may have allowed the three non-gravitational forces to be unified. The Big Bang, and shortly after the Big Bang, is an extremely extreme condition and environment where lots of things could be There could be partner, anti-partner, partner, super partner particles. The Big Bang and shortly after facilitated an environment where lots of crazy things could happen. And by crazy, I mean the length scales and the temperatures. The length scales could be very extreme. The temperatures could be very high. The energy is very high. So indeed, there were probably these other things going on then. But then the universe expanded, the universe cooled. So there's no reason to think that there is an entire universe out there, different one with just the super parts. As in, there's no evidence anyway. Okay. The stretch of the imagination just goes that far, which is that, yeah, there was a time when things were very extreme, very different. And in that environment, these things were allowed. And these forces were basically the same, right? But yeah, I don't know about parallel universes. That is more of a sci-fi thing at this point than it is a science thing because we don't have evidence of such a thing, okay? Okay, so the original string theory that emerged from Veneziano's work in the late 1960s. So string theory is from the 1960s. It's a candidate for a grand unified theory. I will just warn you, it's a very mathematical, very geometry-y theory. I am not an expert of it, but I do study, I will read about it and study it. But it's a very mathematical, very geometry-based theory. And of course, it's based on general theory of relativity. So you can be assured that string theory will respect general theory of relativity, which is a good thing because general theory of relativity is an extremely successful theory. To a large extent, it has been proven right. Its predictions have come true. It stands the test of time. It's not perfect. It doesn't explain everything, but it is extremely successful to a large extent. And string theorists always start with GR. Basically, general theory of relativity already stepped out of the usual way of doing things by going for space-time and having four-dimensional mathematics and geometry, where time is one of the dimensions and spatial dimensions, there are three of them, like the usual, so four space-time. And all the math is done with this four-dimensional space-time thingamajig. As in, usually we do math with the three spatial dimensions and we don't regard time as one of the sort of same things. But in general theory of relativity, time is one of the dimensions. It's space-time together. It's not space you're here and time you're here. It's like four space-time. So in the four space-time geometries, general theory of relativity is established, all the equations, all of that is done. String theory takes all of that and actually adds more dimensions, extra dimensions, and does the math with even more dimensions and finds a way to explain things with that. So it's a very mathematical, very geometry-based theory, once again. And it started really in the 1960s. Now, you'll remember that Einstein worked a lot on unifying the forces, on trying to come up with Einstein worked very hard on trying to get a grand unification theory and trying to have a theory that would subsume general theory of relativity, electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, all of it, right? And explain all of it. But he didn't succeed. He died trying. After his time, string theory started to be a thing in the 1960s. And that's sort of the timeline of that theory. So just wanted to let you know from where in the history we get string theory. So we just talked about supersymmetry. Now we'll talk about supersymmetry in string theory. The original string theory that emerged from Veneziano's work in the late 1960s incorporated all of the symmetries discussed at the beginning of this chapter, but it did not incorporate supersymmetry, which had not yet been discovered. So supersymmetry as a theory was not yet discovered at that point. This first, so because again, string theory too has evolved. It's not like the string theory of today is not the string theory of the 1960s, right? It's been, oh gosh, it's been ages since the 1960s, right? So I guess it's been 60 years. So 60 plus years. So string theory is a boomer. Yeah, I just realized that string theory is a boomer. String theory is from my parents' generation, and it's not the same as it was back then. There's Baji. After much therapy, string theory has evolved, and later on, supersymmetry was discovered as a theory. So at first, string theory was just string theory. It was not superstring theory, which includes supersymmetry. Hi, Fuji Papa. Fuji Papa is over here. So the first theory based on the string concept was more precisely called the bosonic string theory. Hi, Shana. So I actually didn't know that. I don't think I've heard of this bosonic string theory. Weird. Yeah, I don't know everything about the 1960s. I've spent more time reading actually about the earlier 1900s. But okay, this will be interesting. This will be very interesting. This book is by Brian Greene, right? And he's a string theorist. So he's going to spend some time talking about the evolution, I think, of string theory, which is from the 1960s. So we will get sort of a different kind of history here than we have typically with our whole Einstein and with our years of Einstein that we have studied, or quantum mechanics evolution that we've studied in the past. So this will be different. Good. I don't think this is the first time that we're covering any kind of history of string theory. We've covered some stuff on string theory, but I'm trying to remember all the things we've covered. And I don't think we've ever covered truly an evolution of it. Okay. So this will be very interesting. We haven't covered much from the 1960s, I don't think, ever before until now. So this first theory that they got started with for string theory was more precise. It was called the bosonic string theory. The name bosonic indicates that all of the vibrational patterns of the bosonic string have spins that are a whole number. So, I mean, from the name bosonic, which is, of course, named after boson, which is named after Bose. Remember, boson is the type of particle with the whole number spin. Like photon has a spin of 1. Photon is an example of a boson. In the particle family, there's the 3 types of particles, once again, leptons, bosons, and quarks. And bosons are generally the force carrier particles, like photons carry the electromagnetic force. The W and Z bosons carry the weak nuclear force. So this is saying bosonic string theory, maybe because it has something to do with bosons and the bosonic string, which have spins that are a whole number. Thank you so much for being in the live. Can we get 20 likes, please? That would be most amazing. There are no fermionic patterns, that is, no patterns with spins differing from a whole number by a half unit. this led to two problems. So once again, the name bosonic indicates that all of the vibrational patterns of the bosonic string have spins that are whole number, so they kind of look like bosons. There were no fermionic patterns in that time of string theory. That is, no patterns with spins differing from a whole number by a half unit. Because remember, fermions have half spin. Something weird about the visual. Okay. Fermions have half spin, and if you didn't have any kind of string state which gave you that, then it would mean that it kind of didn't care about fermions, which would be bad because fermions are very important. An example of a fermion is also electron. Okay, this led to two problems. First, if string theory was to describe all forces and all matter, it would somehow have to incorporate fermionic vibrational patterns, since the known matter particles all have spin 1/2. So pretty much all of the known matter particles, electrons, all of that, everything has spin 1/2. And these things are called fermions, by the way, after the scientist Enrico Fermi. Second, and far more troubling, was the realization that there was one pattern of vibration in bosonic string theory whose mass, more precisely, whose mass squared was negative, a so-called tachyon. Tachy. Tachyon spelling is T-A-C-H-Y-O-N. Even before string theory, physicists had studied the possibility that our world might have tachyon particles. In addition to the familiar particles that all have positive masses, but their efforts showed that it is difficult, if not impossible, for such a theory to be logically sensible. Similarly, in the context of bosonic string theory, physicists tried all sorts of fancy footwork to make sense of the bizarre prediction of a tachyon vibrational pattern, but to no avail. These features made it increasingly clear that although it was an interesting theory, the bosonic string was missing something essential. So they just needed to keep working on making string theory be more inclusive of the other things. Because remember, another little tidbit of a background that I want to give you right now as a reminder is that, once again, string theory is a candidate for the grand unification theory. There is no need for superstring theory, string theory, anything, if you're not trying to explain what was already known. What was already known in the 1960s? On the one hand, we had general theory of relativity, the updated theory for gravitation. On the other hand, we had particle physics coming from quantum mechanics. These two sides of physics did not like each other and were not explained further by a more broader umbrella theory that can subsume these two. And they each kind of disagreed with the other. So we needed a grand unification theory, some kind of theory that can bring everything together and explain everything. But the task of such a theory is quite a lot. It's quite difficult because, remember, going in, you already know that you have to explain, like if you're trying to more generally subsume everything and explain everything, a theory of everything, you have to explain what's already known. You cannot come in and say, oh, I'm a grand unification theory, and only explain bosons, for example. You have to explain fermions as well, because quantum mechanics has already given us bosons. It had already given us fermions. It had already given us all these things that were known already. So if you want to be a more general theory, you have to explain everything that's known already, which is not an easy thing to do. You can come up with a theory, you can come up with a math of something, but if it doesn't spit out, like if it doesn't naturally give you the things that are known already, then people are not going to believe it. People are going to be like, oh, well, in general, physicists will poke holes at each other's theories and work. But if it's so easy to poke holes, then they will even more poke holes, right? If you come up with a theory and you're like, this is the grand unification theory. But by the way, I didn't care about fermions. Electrons and such, don't care. That's not going to stand the test of time, right? People are going to be like, oh, so your theory only, like you're a grand unification theory and you can only explain bosons. Excuse me. What about electrons, right? Quantum mechanics scientists were also arrogant, right? I mean, lack of a better word, everybody is batting for themselves. Like everybody is like, my theory is correct. Your theory is wrong. You are wrong. Your stuff is incomplete. We've done great with quantum mechanics and particle physics. We have discovered particle after particle. There's the electron. Here's the proton. Here's the neutron. There's the quarks that make up the protons and the neutrons. Here's the force carrier particles. Sure, we don't really understand gravitation, but we did great. And then you come up with a theory and you're like, well, you didn't do great. You're ugly and I'm beautiful. And my theory can explain everything and yours can't. And then they're like, excuse me, what about the electrons? So bosonic string theory, see, they had to add that word bosonic string theory, because if you just say string theory is the theory of everything and you cannot explain electrons, people are going to laugh at you. Okay, so you have to say, oh, this is just the bosonic string theory. My next graduate student will work on fermions, and just stop laughing at me because this work is incomplete and we will be continuing to continue and give us more money. And that's how you do research, okay? Everything is always ongoing. Everything is always, I need more money to do more research. And this new young grad student will not be able to graduate until he has or she has discovered more things and can explain fermions too. They will not be graduating. More research funds, please. NSF, Japan, everybody. Hello, Sarki and Lilith. Thank you so much. More money for more theories and more research, because bosonic string theory is the one I've published now. It is not the full theory. You cannot call something full theory if it only explains freaking bosons. It's a good job. That's great progress, but you have to explain more. Okay? Even with all their extra dimensions, I guess at first they did not explain fermions. I don't know. I'm trying hard not to laugh at them, to be honest. In 19 I'm a human. I'm only human too, right? I have my biases. In 1971, Pierre Raymond of the University of Florida took up the challenge of modifying the bosonic string theory to include fermionic patterns of vibration. Good job. See, this guy probably got a grant. The other thing is too, I am sad to say that sometimes you cannot do more work because you don't have the money. If you don't win some kind of research grant, if you're not awarded a research grant that will allow you to study the theory further and study things further to progress the theory further to also include fermions, then you simply cannot, explain fermions. You're just going to have to be like, oh, well, my research group has given the world the bosonic string theory, and that's where it ends because we don't have money for anymore, and somebody in Florida has to do the rest. So somebody in Florida got lucky and got a research grant to do more. I in 1971. We're in the 70s now. So through his work and subsequent results of Schwartz and Andre Neveu, a new version of string theory began to emerge. Thank God. Thank God. Thank God. And much to everyone's surprise, the bosonic and the fermionic patterns of vibration of this new theory appeared to come in pairs. I should have done the drum roll again. What do we expect the bosonic and fermionic patterns to do? To come in what? Alone? No, in pairs. Why in pairs? Why a couple? String theory really does not believe in being single, I will say. According to this book by a string theorist, they believe that everything has symmetry and everything is in a couple and in a pair and everybody must have a partner. Otherwise, it's too ugly. It's too ugly of a theory. You need beauty, you need elegance, you need everything to be very supersymmetric. So anyway, they found that things came in pairs, of course. For each bosonic pattern, there was a fermionic pattern, lo and behold, and vice versa. By 1977, insights of Ferdinando Gliozzi of the University of Turin, Stark, and David Olive of Imperial College put this pairing into the proper light. The new string theory incorporated supersymmetry and the observed pairing of bosonic and fermionic vibrational patterns reflected this highly symmetric character. Highly symmetric. So do you now see why we spent all that time talking about supersymmetry and arguing about it and making a case for it and saying how important it is and pointing out how things are ugly without it? It's because string theory needs it. Please, Brian, be specific. I mean this, Brian. Please, Brian, please tell us about supersymmetry before you're about to, it's motivated. He wanted to motivate, like, nothing is a coincidence here, guys. He wanted to motivate the symmetry in string theory, is why he told us that supersymmetry was needed. All that stuff about supersymmetry and partners or particles having super partners that were not yet discovered, but that made things beautiful, is needed. Why? Because he's going to talk about it in string theory. Okay. So supersymmetric string theory, supersymmetric string theory. So that's what superstring theory is, supersymmetric. It's the short. So string theory is the, generally spoken word, but this evolved string theory is supersymmetric string theory, if I can say these words, supersymmetric string theory. So supersymmetric string theory or superstring theory, okay? So superstring theory was thus born because all those patterns came in pairs. They all needed to have their super partners be available. They cannot be alone. They just need a partner at all times. Slowly, the pieces of the string puzzle were falling into place. According to Brian Greene, they showed that the troublesome tachyon vibration of the bosonic string does not afflict the superstring. So all that stuff about the tachyon being tacky and weird now goes away, because supersymmetry really does solve a lot of problems for people. For all these theoretical predictions and for all these theorists trying to do the math and having troubles, as soon as you give someone a super particle, these problems just go away immediately. Nevertheless, the major initial impact of the work of Raymond and also of Nepveu and Schwarz was not actually in string theory. By 1973, the physicists Julius Wess and Bruno Zumino realized that supersymmetry, the new symmetry emerging from the reformulation of string theory, was applicable even to theories based on point particles. They rapidly made important strides toward incorporating supersymmetry into the framework of point particle quantum field theory. And since at the time, quantum field theory was the central rage of the mainstream particle physics community, with string theory increasingly becoming a subject on the fringe, so quantum field theory was better known, more popular than string theory. Why? Because quantum mechanics had better experimental successes. than string theory. That's why, okay? Everything, physics is an experimental science. So the one that will be better at showing things experimentally will get more grants, typically, okay? I'm not saying that string theory is wrong. It's just very impossible to test it experimentally because of its too many dimensions, okay? Extra dimensions. Maybe I should not say too many dimensions. 10 or 11. So there is that. Anyways, basically he's saying that supersymmetry is to be expected because supersymmetry was a thing even in other things, not just in string theory. So once again, and since at the time quantum field theory was the central rage of the mainstream particle physics community, with string theory increasingly becoming a subject on the fringe, it's still kind of a subject on the fringe. The insights of West and Zumino launched a tremendous amount of subsequent research on what has come to be called supersymmetric quantum field theory. The supersymmetric standard model discussed in the preceding section, so the part where we say that all the particles of the standard model or all the particles in particle physics have a supersymmetry super particle partner or a super partner or a SUSY partner, that part is one of the crowning theoretical achievements of these pursuits. We now see that through historical twists and turns, even this point particle theory owes a great debt to string theory. Okay, Brian, with the resurgence of superstring theory in the mid-1980s, supersymmetry has re-emerged in the context of its original discovery, and in this framework, the case for supersymmetry goes well beyond that presented in the preceding section. So now supersymmetry is very much more than just the arguments we made just now until now, with beauty being at the center of it. String theory is the only way we know of to merge general relativity and quantum mechanics. What did I tell you? What did I say? What did I say? What did I say before we started this section? That this is all about grand unification of the two quarreling parts of physics, namely general relativity on the one side, quantum mechanics on the other. The two are like Romeo and Juliet families who don't get along, but they have a love-hate relationship between them. Something has to come in and grand unify them, and string theory is the candidate for that. So he's saying that string theory is saved by who? Supersymmetry. Supersymmetry is needed by who? Many, many people, even the particle physicists. So supersymmetry is totally like, even though we haven't found super partner particles yet, he's saying supersymmetry, I'm going to use it. I'm going to use it to prove out string theory. And string theory is needed by who? Unification of quantum mechanics and general relativity. It is still a theory, though, because it's not experimentally proven, okay? But it's only the supersymmetric version of string theory that avoids the pernicious tachyon problem, and that has fermionic vibrational patterns that can account for the matter particles constituting the world around us. So again, once again, hear it with your ears cleared. It's only the supersymmetric version of string theory that avoids the pernicious tachyon problem, and that has fermionic vibrational patterns that can account for the matter particles constituting the world around us. Thank goodness that string theory thought to account for fermions, which are the matter particles in the world around us. If otherwise, we would feel quite excluded. If you cannot account for fermions, you would be sort of a laughing stock, unless, of course, you admitted that your theory is incomplete, which is totally fine. Anyways, so superstring theory does account for it. But how does it account for it? Because of supersymmetry. That's why supersymmetry is in the name of superstring theory. In short, supersymmetric string theory, superstring theory. So SUSY, supersymmetry, very much needed, okay? So SUSY better be real. Scooby-Dooby-Doo. Susie Dooby Doo, where are you? In the Large Hadron Collider, we will find you, hopefully. Super partner particles, because if we don't and we never prove that out, then string theory will very much suffer. So Susie Dooby Doo, hopefully you're true. In the Large Hadron Collider with you. Supersymmetry therefore comes hand in hand with string theory's proposal for a quantum theory of gravity. Excuse me. So once again, supersymmetry therefore comes hand in hand with string theory's proposal for a quantum theory of gravity, as well as with its grand claim of uniting all forces and all of matter. So, right, he's just reiterating the sentence of like, this is all to unify both general relativity, which explains gravitation, and quantum mechanics, which gives birth to all of particle physics. You know, those things not being unified is a problem, and string theory does it. Superstring theory does it. If string theory is right, physicists expect that so is supersymmetry. I mean, we get that part, Brian. We get it. We get it. Until the mid-1990s, however, one particularly troublesome aspect plagued supersymmetric string theory. We're almost done with this super part of the chapter, the supersymmetry part of the book. So we'll keep going, okay? A super embarrassment of riches is the next section. It's very small, so we'll finish it. Let me get a sip. Oh my. So hopefully you appreciate that supersymmetry is very important to string theory, okay? If someone tells you that they have solved the mystery of Amelia Earhart's fate, you might be skeptical at first, but if they have a well-documented, thoroughly pondered explanation, you would probably hear them out. And who knows, you might even be convinced. But what if in the next breath, then they tell you that they actually have a second explanation as well? You listen patiently and are surprised to find the alternate explanation to be as well documented and thought through as the first. And after finishing the second explanation, you are presented with a third, a fourth, and even a fifth explanation, each different from the others and yet equally convincing. No doubt by the end of the experience, you would feel no closer to Amelia Earhart's true fate than you did at the outset. In the arena of fundamental explanations, more is definitely less. So basically, if you explain something and then explain it again in a different way, and another way, and another way, and another way, the fundamental laws and fundamental physics, it's good. It's like makeup. Less is more, okay? Less is more. See, no makeup today, less is more. Less is good. Less is good. Have the one explanation, good enough. We don't need 5 different explanations because that would be confusing and lead us to question things as to what is the true reality, okay? By 1985, string theory, notwithstanding the justified excitement it was engendering as in causing, was starting to sound like our overzealous Earhart expert. The reason is that by 1985, physicists realized that supersymmetry, by then a central element in the structure of string theory, could actually be incorporated into string theory in not one, but 5 different ways. Each method results in a pairing of bosonic and fermionic vibrational patterns. But the details of this pairing, as well as numerous other properties of the resulting theories, differ substantially. So once again, each method results in a pairing of bosonic and fermionic vibrational patterns, because remember, everything has to be paired. And the pairing is the supersymmetry. The supersymmetry, remember about those super partners of the particles, blah, blah, blah. The pairing is very important, but the details of this pairing, as well as numerous other properties of the resulting theories, differ substantially. So it's almost like the details of the pairing, even when different, is still another way of explaining it. So like what is true here? You know, what is truly true? It's becoming confusing now in 1985 for the string theory people to explain things. Although their names are not all that important, it's worth recording that these 5 supersymmetric string theories are called oh my god, there were 5 different superstring theories. It's okay. It's okay. There were 5 different superstring theories by the time it's 1985. Goodness gracious me, I'm glad I wasn't born then. Born yet. By the time I'm born, hopefully things are more summarized. But anyways, type 1 theory, the type 2A theory, the type 2B theory, the heterotic type O32 theory, pronounced O32. I got it right the first time. And the heterotic type E8 theory. E8 times E8 theory. So those were the 5 types of string theories, guys. 5 types. By 1985, there were 5 types of string theories with different shenanigans going on with the pairings and what was possible for the pairings of supersymmetry, superparticle, superpartner particles. And these led to the 5 types of string theories by 1985. Having 5 different versions of what is supposedly the TOE, theory of everything, that is TOE, you know. Possibly the ultimate unified theory was quite an embarrassment for string theorists. It's almost like you wanted to make things simpler and more general and more explainable. You attacked quantum mechanics for being ugly, and then you come up with 5 different string theories, excusez-moi. You, at this, oh, my headphone fell. Now it's in my hair. At this point, string theory is looking a little embarrassing. Maybe I'll hold it. Is this any better? So 5 different versions of string theory is not a good thing, okay? A theory that's claiming to be the theory of everything and explaining everything, and then having 5 different versions of it exist is just a little embarrassing, a little too ugly, a little too not elegant, you know? So anyways, having 5 different versions of what is supposedly the theory of everything, possibly the ultimate unified theory, was quite an embarrassment. Just as there is only one true explanation for whatever happened to Amelia Earhart, regardless of whether we will ever find it. Actually, I don't know who this Amelia is, but I guess it's some kind of example. We expect the same to be true regarding the deepest, most fundamental understanding of how the world works. And by world, he means the entire universe, okay? We live in one universe. We expect one explanation. What? One suggestion for resolving this problem might be that although there are 5 different superstring theories, 4 out of the 5 might be ruled out simply by experiment, leaving one true and relevant explanatory framework. But even if this were the case, we would still be left with the nagging question of why the other theories exist in the first place. In the wry words of Witten, some of you might know this Witten, if one of the 5 theories describes our universe, who lives in the other 4 worlds? Who indeed? Maybe our exes. A physicist's dream is that the search for the ultimate answers will lead to a single, unique, absolutely inevitable conclusion. Ideally, the final theory, whether string theory or something else, should be the way it is, because there simply is no other possibility. It should be very elegant, very simple, very explainable. If we were to discover that there is only one logically sound theory incorporating the basic ingredients of relativity and quantum mechanics, many feel that we would have reached the deepest understanding of why the universe has the properties it does. In short, this would be unified theory paradise. As we will see in chapter 12, recent research has taken superstring theory one giant step closer to this unified utopia by showing that the 5 different theories are remarkably actually 5 different ways of describing one and the same overarching theory. Thank God. Thank God. I mean, if the 5 different theories that we just now named with a lot of difficulty were indeed 5 different theories, that would be awful. That would be awful. I am glad that it seems to be one and the same overarching theory according to this string theorist. Superstring theory has the uniqueness pedigree. So it does have the uniqueness pedigree. Things seem to be falling into place, but as we will discuss in the next chapters, unification through string theory does require one more significant departure from conventional wisdom. I wonder what that will be. I wonder if it's going to be the extra dimensions. Let's take a peek. So this was the chapter called The Super in Superstrings from the book The Elegant Universe by Brian Greene. We're in the middle of this book. We will be covering more topics and more things from this book as we keep on going in these live streams. I thought that this was a particularly interesting chapter. This was chapter 7, the super and superstrings that we have been covering from for a couple of live streams today and yesterday. And I thought this was particularly interesting. He brings together some of these aspects, and also touches upon supersymmetry, which is indeed a thing, even in particle physics, and particle physicists too are interested in it, and it does allow for that non-gravitational forces unification that we spoke about, the 3 non-gravitational forces unification, which I do think is good. There is merit to that. But as far as superstring theory and string theory goes, it's challenging, although it is a grand unification theory candidate. It's very challenging because we can't test it, right? Because of its extra dimensions that we don't experience, right? So he's mentioning that there is one more unconventional feature of string theory. I wonder what he means. I hope it is the extra dimensions because that is pretty unconventional, according to me. So let's keep going. Oh my God, it is that. Okay, I predicted it. So at the end of this chapter, he says there is one more significant departure from conventional wisdom. Then he ends this chapter. Then he starts the next chapter, which is chapter 8, and he calls it More Dimensions Than Meet the Eye. Thank you, universe, for confirming to me what I suspected. So yeah, we will start this chapter. We will get into it a little bit, but let me just tell you before we start the reading, and we probably will get started today and then continue it next time. But let me just get, oh my God, Kaluza Klein, that's right. Yep. We have talked about string theory here and there on the channel before. So some of this stuff is review and some of it is kind of, we've discussed it already in the past, but we have not discussed it from this book in this way from this author. So it should all still be helpful, especially if you like string theory. But, oh my God. Yep. Okay. Let me just tell you. Oh, my headphones. Sorry, my headphones are. Can you hear me still? My headphones died. So headphones have died. Hopefully you can still. Can you hear me? I put them away. So hopefully the phone has figured out that. Hopefully the phone has figured out that my headphones have died and can pick up on my voice without the headphones and the mic. So, okay. So, string theory, all is well and good. There are some very smart people who worked on and work on string theory. But the thing that makes it so unconventional and so difficult. It's not really supersymmetry that is the issue. I know we just now talked about supersymmetry a lot and how you need these like supersymmetry super partners of all the particles, and hopefully supersymmetry is a thing, and supersymmetry would be needed, and also supersymmetry is needed to make the universe more elegant and to unify the 3 out of the 4 non-gravitate or 3 out of the 4 fundamental forces, which are the non-gravitational forces, blah de blah de blah de blah. So we saw how supersymmetry is of course needed by superstring theory, and superstring theory is the grand unified theory candidate. I keep saying candidate because it is not a grand unification theory if it cannot be tested. Okay, it's a candidate theory, candidate for the grand unification theory. But let me just say that I personally do not think that supersymmetry is the issue, even though we haven't discovered supersymmetry either, because we would need to discover a supersymmetry super partner particle of the particles that we know and love in order to confirm supersymmetry or SUSY. Supersymmetry is not what makes string theory difficult, okay? Supersymmetry is not it. What is it? Is that string theory has so many extra dimensions. This is also what makes it untestable. Now, I don't know how much Brian Greene will explain about that, so I'm giving you my take on it right here, right now, before we get started here on these extra dimensions. But the truth of the matter is that string theory's challenge is the extra dimensions. It's those extra dimensions that make it untestable. And so that's why it remains a theory rather than something that can be tested and can be experimentally proven. Okay? That's why we have to say it's a grand unification theory candidate, not a grand unified theory. Why? Because a grand unified theory would be experimentally proven. Okay? So hopefully that helps with understanding what we're about to launch into now. Brian Greene is a string theorist. He has his biases, so I wanted to give you a little bit of a tidbit here before we get started. So depending on which one, I believe that string theory is either 10-dimensional or 11-dimensional. As I was mentioning earlier, it is an extremely mathematical and geometric kind of theory. Explains everything with geometry. Okay, everything with geometry, as if geometry is it. Instead of being rooted in sort of a more physical, physical reality, tangible particle, things we can touch type of stuff, it roots itself in extreme mathematical, I don't even know the word, mathematical thingamawitches involving geometry and involving more dimensions, even more than general relativity. Because remember that usually when we do geometry, what do? Right? We have X, Y, Z. We have the 3 spatial dimensions. And we understand how to do math with the 3 spatial dimensions. Now imagine if you had 4 spatial dimensions. Let's just say spatial dimensions. If there was really actually another dimension that we forgot about, that we experience, and you had to kind of do the math with 4 things instead of 3 things, right? That's what general relativity does. It treats time as one of the dimensions in the same way as it treats the spatial dimensions. So it's, instead of saying 3D, it's actually 4D. Instead of saying XYZ, it's actually XYZT. And the time, there's no space and time, it's space-time, right? The dimensions are space-time dimensions, with 3 of them being spatial and 1 of them being time. So the geometry and the mathematical setup you need in general relativity is already kind of different than what we generally use without general relativity. We don't use, usually the metric, the geodesic, we don't do math in the way usually that we would need to do in general relativity, right? So we had set up some equations like the metric, the geodesic, all of that. Like when we say distance between two objects, we do that thing, x squared plus y squared plus z squared all over, we put a square root on all of that, right? That sort of thing in general relativity would be done with 4 space-time dimensions, with time as well being part of the mix of things, because remember in GR, in relativity, space and time are relative and space-time is together, okay? Gravitation is the curvature of space-time. It's not just the curvature of space or just the curvature of time. It's not just the bending of space or the bending of time. It's the bending of both together. Space-time is curved. Space-time is affected by massive bodies, okay? So the math is done for space-time, is what I'm trying to hit home, okay? Imagine now, instead of having the shenanigans with 4 space-time dimensions or 4D, you have 10D or 11D. So you would hope that, of course, they have the 4D down, right? So these people, the string theorists, are very good at this math of the GR. They make for the best general relativity professors, actually, in my experience. So if you want to take a GR class, you should definitely take it from a string theorist, because of course they'd be good at it, because if you can do the math with 10D or 11D, I would hope that you can do the math with 4D. Most of us only do it with 3D. So they're incredibly talented mathematicians, okay? They very much live in the mathematics and the geometry and rely on the geometry to explain everything. So it kind of misses or lacks some of this physical tangibility that most people I think like. For example, particle physicists, quantum mechanics. I mean, quantum mechanics may be weird, but it explained the hydrogen atom. It gave us particles that we can feel and touch. I mean, not really always feel or touch, but it's more tangible, it's more physical. It has physical outcomes, physical results, right? Neutrinos, that's a particle that came out of particle physics, a phenomena, right? We know that the sun makes a ton of neutrinos that are passing through us all the time. It feels more real, right? Whereas string theory is very, geometry explains everything. This string in 10D is vibrating, and that's actually one of the modes of a particle. String theory is much more geometric. Hello, my D. I'm back. I really missed you. I was hoping that if I was brave, you would look at me different. Oh my gosh. I don't know what you mean. Brave how? And look at you different how? But thank you so much for joining, Mike D. Thank you for coming to the live. Welcome, welcome. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. So I wanted to warn you that string theory is going to be very geometric. If you don't like geometry, you might not like string theory. And keep in mind, we cannot test it, because you and I, we don't experience 10 or 11 dimensions. Unfortunately, we experience only 4, including time. So, but if you're in college, if you're in university, if you're in grad school, and you want to learn general relativity, which is a very much successful theory and over 100 years old, find a string theorist to teach you that, okay? Because they're very good at the math, okay? So, more dimensions than meets the eye. Another thing I want to say also real quick is that string theory is very involved. It's very difficult mathematically, so I'm not sure how much math we will get into or understand, but just remember that the justification that string theorists have for these extra dimensions is that we don't experience all of the dimensions doesn't mean that the extra dimensions don't exist. They exist, just in a very curled up little ball of existence that we miss. They're sort of in a small little curled up ball. and we simply don't see them. So we experience in our scales, I have to charge my phone, it's about to die. In our scales, we experience 4 space-time. Because we are big, we're humans, we're limited. So we experience 4 space-time. Doesn't mean necessarily that the extra dimensions don't exist. They may exist and we just don't know about them. We just miss them because they are curled up in a little tiny fuzzy ball that we don't experience. And I'll give you sort of a way to understand this without getting into the book just yet, because we've kind of covered this before. So this example exists in the literature, which is that, say if you were a fish in a lake, in a pond, whatever, and somehow you can swim only at a certain depth in the pond or the lake, right? And somehow you don't know what's above you, what's below you. You just exist in a 2-dimensional length and breadth way. The fish just kind of swims in 2D, let's just say. Well, that fish just doesn't know that if it came out of, like if it just went up a bit, it could come out and experience the air, it could maybe, you know, see outside of the water, etc. It's just very unaware of that 3rd dimension because it experiences life in a 2D way. Just saying, in case there was such a fish who just refuses to experience depth. So such a fish experiences 2 dimensions when there's actually 3. Well, there's actually 4 if you count time. Similarly to this fish, we might be experiencing only 4 dimensions, including space and time, when there's actually 10 or 11. Just these extra dimensions, according to string theorists, might just be very small, very different, very tiny, very curled up, very different from our usual dimensions that we do know and love, to the point where we don't experience them. But just because we don't experience them doesn't mean that they don't exist. And hence, string theory still sort of stands, but at the same time, not being testable experimentally is a detriment to any theory, okay? So this is why, unfortunately, sometimes it may be that you don't get research grants or funding if you're working on string theory. I am not a huge expert on that or the funding matters, so I don't know. I'm just saying what I think. And also because I've met very few string theorists, usually in a whole physics program department, there might be just 1 or 2, not really 2. Usually there's only 1. So definitely it's more rare to be a string theorist, and I imagine that is because of funding, and it's because if you are working on a theory that cannot be testable, cannot be tested, even if you're really, really good at it, it's gonna be kind of difficult, okay? I only have an associate's degree and only went to college for 2 years. Okay, that's fine. I went to school for way too long, but not really. Even now I feel like there's much to learn, okay? So let me put this down somehow and go get the book so that I can continue with Brian Greene's take on these extra dimensions. This little tidbit I just gave you is my take on the extra dimensions and also what I've learned so far whenever I've read about or, you know, talked about and heard about string theory. So I wanted to give you that little explanation so that you know what's coming towards you in terms of these extra dimensions that we speak of in string theory, and also know that without the extra dimensions, string theory does not work. So I hope that extra dimensions are something that is okay with you, even though we don't experience them. because otherwise string theory will indeed seem very weird indeed. So I find it a little bit interesting that, you know, string theorists are basically the classical physicists who did not probably like quantum mechanics all that very well. They're probably from that other side, the other dueling family, who don't like quantum mechanics and particle physics and think that quantum mechanics and particle physics are too ugly. But then string theory has all these extra dimensions. Maybe it's a very elegant theory according to string theorists, but to me it does seem kind of involved and not so elegant. Maybe because of my lack of expertise in it. But yeah, I hope you're ready for the extra dimensions, okay? So let me go get the book. 1 second. I'm charging as well as talking, so that's why the angle is weird. Okay, so hi Nausat, how are you? Look at everybody. Thank you so much for coming to the live. If you could please double tap the screen, that would be most amazing. If you could give us a like on this live stream, double tap the screen, give us a like, do a super chat, give us $5, $10, $500,000. That would be all very much welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming here. Nausa, thank you. Thank you, everybody. We will now read what Brian Greene has to say about the extra dimensions, okay? Oh, wait, can I do this? Can I put this down like this or not? Can I do that? Hi! I am hands-free! Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Wow, wow, wow. Hi! I somehow figured out how to charge the phone and also prop it up on my can of chickpeas so that I can like have it be charging as well as be on and not have to touch it. So, okay, everybody, once again, thank you so much for being here. Welcome to the live. And thank you so much for liking the live, and thank you so much for double tapping. And can we get 20 likes? That's usually our goal, but if we could get 50 likes, that would be great. So, more dimensions than meet the eye. Einstein resolved two of the major scientific conflicts of the past 100 years through special and then general relativity. Although the initial problems that motivated his work did not portend the outcome, each of these resolutions completely transformed our understanding of space and time. That's very true. Special theory of relativity gave us this updated theory for electromagnetism and light, and gave us that the speed of light in vacuum is a constant of nature. And so all these, even if you were going at a very high speed, close to the speed of light, you would still experience the speed of light as the speed of light. Oh my god, I'm too short. So he gave us this explanation and deeper insight into the speed of light and what that means for us and our realities, and out came the relative nature of space and time and the equivalence of energy and mass from the special theory of relativity. So that's what he means when he says that we learned a lot from the two different types of relativity that Einstein gave us, okay? Special theory of relativity, we just talked about, and then general theory of relativity, of course, gives us the updated theory for gravitation. So his two big contributions were really earth-shattering, gave us a lot, gave us very much deeper insights into all of this, and really extended and progressed our understanding of nature and physics, okay? So the initial problems that he was trying to solve weren't, were almost nothing compared to the insights that we ended up getting from his work. String theory resolves the third major scientific conflict of the past century, and in a manner that even Einstein would likely have found remarkable. It requires that we subject our conceptions of space and time to yet another radical revision. So, space and time being relative was a radical revision that Einstein gave us with special theory of relativity and general theory of relativity. General theory of relativity simply is an add-on or generalizes the special theory of relativity and extends it to not just inertial frames of reference, but also to accelerating frames of reference, where it ends up explaining gravitation and becomes the more updated, corrected theory for gravitation, and allows people to like accelerate and stuff and still have physics make sense. So, but relativity, as you know, greatly changed and gave us a deeper insight into how space and time works. The relative nature of space-time, length, you might have heard of time dilation, length contraction. Those were not things that we knew about until relativity came into our lives in 1905. So early 1900s, he really changed our views on everything, right? Like he really changed how we even understand space-time and the relative nature of space-time. So it was already a lot. It was already this big, great big revision. Now we have a further radical revision to what we knew, which is in the form of what string theory is proposing, which is, I think, going to be about those extra dimensions I mentioned. We will hear it from his words, but basically, you know, if someone were to tell you that actually there are 10 or 11 dimensions and we just experience 4 of them, including time, that would be pretty big, right? That would be pretty earth-shattering for us to have to accept. We experience the 3 spatial dimensions, X, Y, Z, and time. If somebody were to come here and tell you that actually there are 10 or 11 dimensions, but we just experience 4 of them, then you would probably be like, oh my God, I mean, that's not really the reality I know and love, but sure, I guess. That's the sort of radical revision that he's talking about here, okay? So string theory so thoroughly shakes the foundations of modern physics that even the generally accepted number of dimensions in our universe, something so basic that you might think is beyond questioning, is dramatically and convincingly overthrown. So not only is it dramatically overthrown, they even convinced people that we might just want to throw away 4 dimensions of space-time. So a pretty big deal, right? So whether we love string theory, whether we hate string theory, we can't quite ignore it, because they did do a good enough job to the point where people were like, oh, maybe I should think about this, you know? So that's what we're getting into now. It's going to be a dramatic chapter. The illusion of the familiar. So I'm going to close my window real quick, but I'll still be in the same room. This thing about us experiencing just the 3 space and 1 time, or the 4 space-time dimensions, that's just what's familiar to us. Doesn't mean that that's all there is to this universe. Just because we experience 4D, including time, does not have to mean that there is only 4D. Kind of like that fish example. Just because the fish thinks there's no depth and there's nothing outside of that lake, that actually the lake ends here and then there is air and whole world outside of the lake, doesn't mean that the whole world does not exist. The fish is familiar with 2D, doesn't mean that the world is 2D. So we are familiar with 4D, doesn't mean that the world or the universe is only 4D. Okay? Let me close the window, it's getting too cold. temperature is very high. So, any other questions? Let me know. Experience informs intuition. So we have an intuition for 4D, 3 space and 1 time dimension. This is how our intuition works. Doesn't mean that there is all there is to this universe. So experience informs intuition, but it does more than that. Experience sets the frame within which we analyze and interpret what we perceive. You would no doubt expect, for instance, that the wild child raised by a pack of wolves would interpret the world from a perspective that differs substantially from your own. Even less extreme comparisons, such as those between people raised in very different cultural traditions, serve to underscore the degree to which our experiences determine our interpretive mindset. Yet, there are certain things that we all experience, and it is often the beliefs and expectations that follow from these universal experiences that can be the hardest to identify and the most difficult to challenge. A simple but profound example is the following. If you were to get up from reading this book, you could move in 3 independent directions, that is, through independent spatial dimensions, X, Y, and Z. Absolutely any path you follow, regardless of how complicated, results from some combination of motion through what we might call the left-right dimension, the back-forth dimension, and the up-down dimension. Every time you take a step, you implicitly make 3 separate choices that determine how you move through these 3 dimensions spatially. So generally we will say 4 dimensions because we also include time in general relativity, right? So string theory, think of it as an extension of GR in the sense of the geometry. So we will often reference 4D, okay? Except the 4D, because we do experience 4 space-time. As for the 10D or the 11D, we will see how we do with that. Okay, an equivalent statement as encountered in our discussion of special relativity is that any location in the universe can be fully specified by giving 3 pieces of data where it is relative to these 3 spatial dimensions. Okay. In familiar language, you can specify a city address, say by giving a street, location in the left-right dimension, a cross street or an avenue, location in the back and forth dimension, and a floor number, location in the up-down dimension, like the up-down that we talked about with the fish not having had. And from a more modern perspective, we have seen that Einstein's work encourages us to think about time as another dimension. This is what I was saying. We should get used to time being a dimension, okay? Otherwise, it'll be too difficult. The 4th, which is the future past dimension. So time gives us the future past dimension. The 3 spatial dimensions gives us the 3 spatial dimensions. You're familiar. Giving us a total of 4 dimensions, 3 space dimensions and 1 time dimension. You specify events in the universe by telling where and when they occur. Like if you made a Facebook event, you would say where and you would say when. And you use 3 space dimensions and 1 time dimension for that, okay? This feature of the universe is so basic, so consistent, and so thoroughly pervasive that it really does seem beyond questioning. In 1919, however, a little-known Polish mathematician named Theodor Kaluza, this is going to be an important person, Kaluza from the University of Königsberg had the temerity to challenge the obvious. He suggested that the universe might not actually have 3 spatial dimensions. It might have more Sometimes silly sounding suggestions are plain silly. Sometimes they rock the foundations of physics. Although it took quite some time to percolate, Kaluza's suggestion has revolutionized our formulation of physical law. We're still we're still feeling the aftershocks of his astonishingly prescient insight. So there's going to be another guy called Klein, and we're heading towards understanding the Kaluza-Klein theory, by the way. And by the way, we've talked about this when we spoke about Einstein's Cosmos, the book called Einstein's Cosmos by Michio Kaku. Kaluza and Klein were some of the first people to take Einstein's GR equations and work with them. So again, another little indication to you that the people who work on string theory, who come up with these extra dimension type of stuff to explain things, to explain the universe, and to give us candidate of grand unified theory, always start with general theory of relativity. They have to be very good at it. They have to take the GR equations and the GR math and go from there, add to it. And whatever they do, whatever extra dimension stuff they add or whatever they do, they have to show that GR is still good. By the way, like, string theory better spit out GR or we're going to laugh at it. You know what I mean? So it's not like, oh, they're adding the extra dimensions and then everything else just goes to hell. No, they have to make sure that if their equations, first of all, they're deriving GR, they're getting everything GR related done, and they're extending it to more dimensions. And even after doing the more dimensions, they should still be able to prove out all the cases with just the 4 space-time dimensions and make sure that GR is still good and still works and is still correct. And so anything more general has to be able to spit out GR. And actually it has to spit out quantum mechanics. We will get to that. We will see how that works with string theory, but especially it has to spit out GR. Okay? It's almost like a check. If you develop a new theory with all these extra dimensions and you cannot spit out general relativity, abort mission, right? So Kaluza and Klein knew that. These people are good students of general relativity, right? They're good students of Einstein. So they have to make sure that that's good. So Kaluza's idea and Klein's refinement. The suggestion that our universe might have more than 3 spatial dimensions may well sound fatuous, bizarre, or mystical. In reality, though, it is concrete and thoroughly plausible. To see this, it's easiest to shift our sights temporarily from the whole universe and think about a more familiar object, such as a long, thin garden hose. So I think he's about to give an analogy. I'm not sure exactly what he'll do. Keep the fish example in mind. I think that one is pretty good at trying to explain how there may be more dimensions, but we'll see what Brian Greene does with his garden hose example. Imagine that a few hundred feet of garden hose is stretched across a canyon, and you view it from, say, a quarter of a mile away. From this distance, you will easily perceive the long, unfurled, horizontal extent of the hose, but unless you have uncanny eyesight, the thickness of the hose will be difficult to discern. From your distant vantage point, you would think that if an ant were constrained to live on the hose, it would have only one dimension in which to walk, the left-right dimension along the hose's length. If someone asked you to specify where the ant was at a given moment, you would need to give only one piece of data. So one piece of data means 1D. 2 pieces of data means 2D. 3 pieces of data means 3D. 4 pieces of data means 4D. In this case, one piece of data, according to us, for the ant. The distance of the ant from the left or the right end of the hose would suffice in order to say where it is, and it would be like a 1D answer. The upshot is that from a quarter of a mile away, a long piece of garden hose appears to be a one-dimensional object. In reality, we know that the garden hose does have a thickness. You might have trouble resolving this from a quarter mile, but by using a pair of binoculars, you can zoom in on the hose and observe its girth directly. From this magnified perspective, you see that a little ant living on the hose actually has two independent directions in which it can walk. An ant has more options than we knew. It actually has two dimensions that it can traverse. So the same thing might be the case for us, where we experience 4D, but actually there is more dimensions that we just don't experience or don't see because we're not zoomed in enough. Okay? You now realize that to specify where the tiny ant is at any given instant, you must actually give two pieces of data: where the ant is along the length of the hose and where the ant is along its circular girth. This reflects the fact the surface of the garden hose is two-dimensional. Nonetheless, there is a clear difference between these two dimensions. The direction along the length of the hose is long, extended, and easily visible. So we can easily see the one-dimensional, the length dimension. We cannot easily see the circular dimension, but that doesn't mean that the circular dimension does not exist. Similarly, it could be that there are extra dimensions that we're not zoomed in enough to see that exist, and we just can't experience them. Okay? The direction circling around the thickness of the hose is short, curled up, and harder to see. To become aware of the circular dimension, you have to examine the hose with significantly greater precision. Similar to this, there might be curled up little other dimensions that we don't experience, but we would have to be significantly more precisely observing things in order to acknowledge them, see them, measure them, etc. I mean, so far I don't think we have seen the curled up extra dimensions of string theory, but that's what the author is trying to make the point for. This example underscores a subtle and important feature of spatial dimensions. They come in two varieties. They can be large, extended, and therefore directly manifest, or they can be small, curled up, and much more difficult to detect. Of course, in this example, you did not have to exert a great deal of effort to reveal the curled up dimension encircling the thickness of the hose. You merely had to use a pair of binoculars. However, if you have a very thin garden hose, as thin as a hair or a capillary, detecting its curled up dimension would be more difficult. So it's more difficult the more small it is. The curled up dimension, if it's very small, more difficult. Okay. In a paper he sent to Einstein in 1919, Kaluza made an astounding suggestion. So Kaluza was actually like one of the first kind of like string theorists, but string theory did not make headway until much later, like in the 1960s, long after Einstein died, which is very unfortunate because I think Einstein would have loved to find out more details of string theory as a grand unified theory candidate, but but yeah, Kaluza, look at Kaluza doing crazy things back in 1919. So he proposed that the spatial fabric of the universe might possess more than the three dimensions of common experience. 3 dimensions plus the 1 for really four space-time dimensions. The motivation for this radical thesis as we will discuss shortly, was Kaluza's realization that it provided an elegant and compelling framework for weaving together Einstein's general relativity and Maxwell's electromagnetic theory into a single, unified conceptual framework. But more immediately, how can this proposal be squared with the apparent fact that we see precisely 3 spatial dimensions? The answer, implicit in Kaluza's work and subsequently made explicit and refined by the Swedish mathematician Oscar Klein in 1926. So this is why this is called the Kaluza-Klein theory. 2 of them together got this, that is that the spatial fabric, so this is the theory, the spatial fabric of our universe may have both extended and curled up dimensions. So these extra dimensions that we cannot experience are curled up. They're just teeny weeny curled up little dimensions that we cannot experience. We don't know about them. We have to be very precisely measuring to find them, but we haven't yet. But we could be like that ant, or observing the ant and thinking it's 1D when it actually has another curled up little circular dimension. So that is just like the horizontal extent of the garden hose. Our universe has dimensions that are large, extended, and easily visible. So the length of the garden hose, we have large, extended, easily visible dimensions. The 3 spatial dimensions of common experience would be like that garden hose along the length. But like the circular girth of a garden hose, the universe may also have additional spatial dimensions that are tightly curled up into a tiny space. A space so tiny that it has so far eluded detection by even our most refined experimental equipment. This is the issue with string theory. It is not testable very easily. So far not testable, okay? To gain a clearer image of this remarkable proposal, let's reconsider the garden hose for a moment. Imagine that the hose is painted with closely spaced black circles along its girth. From far away, as before, the garden hose looks like a thin, one-dimensional line. But if you zoom in with binoculars, you can detect the curled up dimension even more easily after our paint job. And you see the image illustrated here. See the paint job where we've painted on the girth part. It is difficult to draw something with that many dimensions, so for visualization purposes, we must settle for an illustration incorporating 2 large dimensions and 1 small circular dimension. Of space. So in the next figure, I'll show it to you in just a second, we magnify the fabric of space in much the same way that we zoomed in on the surface of the garden hose. The lowest image, so let me show this picture to you real quick. This is sort of a zooming in thing going on. Lowest, then next, then next, then next. It's kind of like zooming in. So each subsequent level here in that picture I just showed you represents a huge magnification of the spatial fabric displayed in the previous level. Our universe may have extra dimensions, as we see by the 4th level of magnification, so long as they're curled up into a space small enough to have as yet evaded direct detection. So it's still not found. These curled up dimensions are not seen so far, okay, to this date. I mean, if they're seen, I think that would be breaking news. Do tell me if they're seen. But it's kind of like we're zooming in, and in this picture, for the theory purposes, we're zooming in and zooming in and zooming in and finding extra curled up dimensions as we zoom in, even though we haven't really found this in real life yet. But this would be how it's explained in this theory, okay? It's kind of like requiring very precise measurement, and maybe this theory is claiming that that level of precise measurement is not possible yet, etc., etc. We will get into some of the length scales as well. I suspect, and I think I kind of know, that the length scales for the curled up dimensions will be very small. So small that that might be kind of really hard for us to detect, okay? The lowest image in the figure shows the apparent structure of space, the ordinary world around us, on familiar distance scales such as meters. These distances are represented by the largest set of grid lines. In the subsequent images, we zoom in on the fabric of space by focusing our attention on ever smaller regions, which we sequentially magnify in order to make them easily visible. At first, as we examine the fabric of space on shorter distance scales, not much happens. It appears to retain the same basic form as it has on larger scales, as we see in the first 3 levels of magnification. However, as we continue on our journey toward the most microscopic examination of space, the 4th level of magnification, a new curled up circular dimension becomes apparent, much like the circular loops of thread making up the pile of a tightly woven piece of carpet. So, by the way, thank you so much everybody for being here. Can we get 20 likes? And then can we get 30 likes? And then can we get 40 likes and 50 likes? That would be amazing. Kaluza and Klein, these two excellent boys, suggested that the extra circular dimension exists at every point in the extended dimensions, just as the circular girth of the garden hose exists at every point along its unfurled horizontal extent. For visual clarity, we have drawn only an illustrative sample of the circular dimension at regularly spaced points in the extended dimensions. I'll show it to you in a bit again. We show a close-up of the Kaluza-Klein vision of the microscopic structure in this figure. See? Even more loops. String theory is very geometrical. I warned you. The similarity with the garden hose is manifest, although there are some important differences. The universe has 3 large extended space dimensions. So it's not the one lengthwise thing with the garden hose, but the universe has 3 extended large dimensions that we experience, compared with the garden hose is 1. And more important, we are now describing the spatial fabric of the universe itself, not just an object like the garden hose that exists within the universe. But the basic idea is the same. Like the circular girth of the garden hose, if the additional curled up circular dimension of the universe is extremely small, it is much harder to detect than the manifest large extended dimensions. In fact, if its size is small enough, it will be beyond detection by even our most powerful magnifying instruments. And of utmost importance, the circular dimension is not merely a circular bump within the familiar extended dimensions, as the illustration might lead you to believe. Rather, the circular dimension is a new dimension. So therein, it's more complicated than that garden hose. The garden hose was just an analogy, just an example, okay? So one that exists, so this new dimension exists at every point in the familiar extended dimensions, just as each of the up, down, left, right, and back and forth dimensions exists at every point as well. So these are new extra dimensions that we don't experience. They're claiming it to be very curled up and very small. But it's not just like the garden hose, it's like there and we don't see it. These are completely new ones. It is a new and independent direction in which an ant, if it were small enough, could move. To specify the spatial location of such a microscopic ant, we would need to say
where it is in the three familiar extended dimensions represented by the grid, and also where it is in the circular dimension. We would need 4 pieces of spatial information. If we add in time, we would get a total of 5 pieces of space-time information, one more than we normally would expect. And so rather surprisingly, we see that although we are aware of only 3 extended spatial dimensions, Kaluza's and Klein's reasoning shows that this does not preclude the existence of additional curled up dimensions, at least if they are very small. So Kaluza and Klein are basically reasoning that there could be some very small curled up extra dimensions that we don't know of but that could exist. The universe may very well have more dimensions than meet the eye, quite literally. How small is small? That's the next part. Cutting-edge equipment can detect structures as small as a billionth of a meter. Billionth of a meter. So long as an extra dimension is curled up to a size less than this tiny distance, it is too small for us to detect. So if it is too small, it'll be too small. We don't have detectors that can detect too small. There is a length at which the thing is too small. So in 1926, Klein combined Kaluza's initial suggestion with some ideas from the emerging field of quantum mechanics. His calculations indicated that the additional circular dimension might be as small as the Planck length, far shorter than experimental accessibility. Since then, physicists have called the possibility of extra tiny space dimensions Kaluza-Klein theory. So before Kaluza-Klein, nobody had really talked about extra dimensions. So if now somebody wants to include or involve or consider extra dimensions, they call it Kaluza-Klein theory. Do some Kaluza-Klein theory with that, right? Include some extra tiny, if you want to include some extra tiny space dimensions, Kaluza-Klein theory, okay? So I think we will continue with the rest of this next time. There's a lot more about the extra dimensions. I wanted to give you a feel for what these extra dimensions. Ooh, can we please get 40 likes? That would be most amazing. Thank you so much. I wanted to give you a feel for what these extra dimensions mean. But there's more to the story. I'll leave you with some of these diagrams. But it's all very interesting. And by the way, the whole point of this is that they are saying that these extra dimensions are needed for the unification. Okay, so we need to accept the extra dimensions, and we need to roll with it. Otherwise, we don't get the unification. So this is quite a long chapter. We will continue this for sure. Oh wow, here's a lot of I'm gonna fold up this page so that we can continue from here next time. In the next, I actually briefly read something funny. He said, is string theory right? We don't know. So if you're wondering after all this, is string theory right? Question mark. Answer is we don't know. Period. Okay? If you share the belief that the laws of physics should not be fragmented into those that govern the large and those that govern the small, and if you also believe that we should not rest until we have a theory whose range of applicability is limitless, string theory is the only game in town. I mean, he's not wrong. I don't know any other game either. What a theory, huh? With all these extra dimensions. So geometric, right? Hope you guys like that. Let me show you. Here's the ant picture. And the garden hose example I was talking about. There's the garden hose. Far away, you just see the one dimension. Zoomed in, you see that the ant has another curled up dimension it can access. Thank you everybody for being here. Any thoughts, comments, questions, let me know. See you tomorrow. We'll hang out for a bit and continue the topic next time. We appreciate your likes and subscribes and shares and comments and thoughts and messages. And if you're joining just now, please do rewind and see the full episode. Thank you so much. Any likes and subscribes and shares would be most appreciated, and please do like the live and feel free to do a super chat. In fact, feel free to do 10 super chats for the 10 dimensions of string theory. Go ahead. Go ahead. No worries. Go ahead indeed. I'm just gonna wrap up over here and let people rewind if you missed the beginning part of the live. welcome. Please do rewind if you're just now joining. Let me show you this next part. This is about the surface of the garden hose, two-dimensional. This is the extended dimension that you can see, and this is the curled up dimension. As an analogy anyways, it's not exactly perfect analogy, but gives you this analogy of an extended larger dimension and a curled up smaller dimension that we don't experience as easily unless you measure more precisely. Okay, extended versus curled up. Okay. Please do like, share, and subscribe. the zooming in and zooming in and zooming in to get more and more curled up dimensions. straight lines represent the extended dimensions of common experience, whereas the circles are a new tiny curled up dimension, like the circular loops of thread making up the pile of a carpet. The circles exist at every point in the familiar extended dimensions, but for visual clarity we draw them as spread out. Fuji. Continue from here. Continue from this part. See? Nasty.